Hey, what's going on, Cigar family? Once again, it's another Whiskey Wednesday with myself, a Cigar Rockstar. I do this every Wednesday. Please like, subscribe, share, all that, all that business, Cigar Rockstar TV. But let's get right into it. I'm happy to welcome Steve Saka on tonight. How you doing, Mr. Saka? Oh, I'm sorry, Steve.
Whatever. Hey, it's great to be on Cigar Rockstar.
you don't have to sound so candid about it, though. All right, it's whatever it is. Whatever it is. So
do you have a lot of like brand owners or cigar makers on?
Yeah. I've had quite a few. I've had LFD. I mean, we talked about LFD. I've had LFD on.
Right, Lido.
Yeah. Well, I had John Carney.
Okay, John's a good guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy. He's yeah, definitely so. I've had what's his name? Fawad Kashadi. I've had Fawad on. Yep. Epic Cigars, Blackbird. Quite a few. I've had quite a few. So
let me say this: nothing is off limits with me.
All right.
So anything you want to talk about, anything you want to ask. If I don't want to answer it, I'll tell you I don't want to answer it, and we'll move along. But chances are I'll say something, and chances are I'll say something that's going to get me in trouble here. So let's just
no, not at all. Not at all. It's all about the leaf. We're having a conversation. We're drinking whiskey. I'm drinking whiskey. What do you drink tonight, Steve?
I was gifted this bottle. I get gifted a lot of booze, and normally it's pretty mediocre, to be honest with you. I was at an event at Rocky Cigars, and there's a guy there that owns a little distillery, and I want to make sure, I think it's called Lock One Distilling Company in New York, and he makes this rye whiskey, but it's barreled in oak, but then it's finished over a chestnut stave. And everybody told me that this was amazing. When everyone tells you something is amazing, you kind of like, okay. I gotta say, it is actually I'm actually really surprised. It's so it's got that rye kind of pepper that you're used to in a rye whiskey in the front end.
Yeah.
But then it like totally smooths out, and it leaves this really nice kind of like buttery kind of finish in your mouth. So I have to admit, I'm pretty impressed. It's called the Waldron Special Reserve Chestnut Rye Whiskey, and I guess they do a bottling of this once a year. Wow. It's their annual thing, and it's actually pretty damn good. You got
a gift out of New York, you said?
Yeah, he doesn't ship it. He's a small little distillery. In fact, I think he's having his very first meeting with, he told me, ABC or Southern Wine, and I remember it was one of the big places, but no, he's been in New York for like 10 years now, and it turns out the guy made his own stills. It's actually a pretty cool looking place. Because he was talking to me about, hey, you want to do a cigar event? We could do it at my place. And again, I get told stuff like that all the time.
Yeah.
But I gotta admit, I'm impressed when I looked at the website. The place looks great, and I'm actually impressed with what's in this bottle. So I don't know. I might actually do something, because I'm definitely gonna want to get some more of this.
So I noticed you're small. So what would you say your go-to whiskey is? I know you're enjoying that one very much. What do you drink the most of?
So bourbon wise, I probably drink the most Noah's Mill. I'm a big Noah's Mill fan, and for those of you that may not be familiar with it, I'm sure you're familiar with Willett and Sons. And their most popular one is that one that's in that fancy kind of pot still bottle.
Yep.
They have two offshoot products that come from the manufacturing of that, the distilling of that. One is called Rowan's Creek, which is kind of the spicier section that they don't use for the pot still. And then they have another part that is sweeter and more syrupy, and that's what they use in the Noah's Mill. And the Noah's Mill, off the top of my head, I think it's 110 proof. Ooh. And it's like a sugar bomb. And oddly enough, I'm not big into sweets, even as fat as I am, but I really, really love that bourbon. It's one of my favorites. Another bourbon that I pretty much Angel's Envy, but everybody knows about Angel's Envy, and Jefferson's Ocean. I really like the Jefferson's Ocean a lot. I wish I didn't, because I don't know that I believe the bullshit story about the barrels on the sea and the aerating and the booze sloshing around and all that. It feels just too contrived to me.
Yeah, no way. There's no way. There's no way.
But I like it better than all the other Jeffersons. So I don't know. So for me, that's so those three bourbons probably. What else? I'm not a big bourbon guy. I drink more Scotch, and I'm a big Islay guy. I really like my Ardbegs and Lafroigs and Lagavulin. The problem with all of that is they don't tend to pair well with cigars typically.
That was my next comment. Like, I mean,
they're a hard pairing with cigars. So what I'll do is I'll choose, like, my favorite Islay is the Lagavulin Distillers Edition. Mm-hmm. It's finished in a sherry cask. Lafroig makes a Lore, which is also finished in a sherry cask or a port cask, and it's a little bit less peaty. And then I like Aberfeldy, but I only like the cheap one, the 12-year-old. I don't like the 18 or the 25. I think you're wasting your money. I'm a real big fan of Oban's Little Bay. Yes. The Little Bay is just really excellent, and I'm a huge Balvenie guy. Yeah, and I'm really lucky there because I really like the Caribbean cask. Yeah, I like the sweetness and the spice from the rum finish on that, and that's good too for me because I think it's one of their lesser priced bottles. It's like where I live in New Hampshire is like 68 a bottle, I think 62 a bottle. Yeah, I can get that pretty sweet.
Yeah, for sure. It sounds like you got a pretty variety. Well, peaty is definitely what you're going for. I think the peatiest one I've had, Ardbeg 10 or something like that.
Yeah, Ardbeg 10's pretty peaty. I mean,
it knocked my socks off. It knocked my socks off. I wasn't taking
acquired. It's like it's an acquired taste. You know what I mean? The problem is, it's kind of like once you get into them, you kind of get addicted to it. But I think it's very polarizing. Obviously, the Speyside and the Highlands are way more accessible for the vast majority of people. Yeah. Oddly enough, I'm not much of a Macallan guy. I always find it a little thin for me, but I was gifted a bottle of Rare Cask about a month ago, and I was really impressed when I opened that bottle. That's
a great gift right there. Yeah. Sounds like you're on a roll with the gifts, man.
I made that guy like $60K that night, so it was a nice, appropriate gift.
Definitely. So, Steve, man, you've been in the game for a while. I think I tried to do a little homework on you, reading about you a little bit, but it was so much I just kind of stopped, and I wanted to kind of have a conversation with you, kind of learn about it, and for the people on YouTube who doesn't know Steve Saka, or who doesn't know Steve Saka, but where'd you get your start? 30-something years ago?
Yeah, I started just smoking cigars, and at the time I was like the cigar expert in my stores. I was the one that was the Uber cigar geek.
So you started off as a humidor manager?
Oh, no. I never worked in a store. I just visited a store and gave them all my money. No. And so I was really blessed. I was enlisted in the service, and when I got out of the service, I started a company, and it was a small control engineering firm, and I was bought out very young, and it kind of gave me the flexibility to kind of do what I wanted. And one of the things I wanted to do was I just started traveling to the Honduras and Dominican and Cuba, just to go visit factories. And I spent a month in Connecticut learning how to grow broadleaf. I spent a month in Honduras working at a farm, and I was just doing it just because I was just a geek. Yeah, and I just loved it. And I had the ability to do it. And it was then in the early 90s through the wonderful world of AOL dial-up. I ended up finding out I wasn't the only cigar crazy person out there. There was, I kind of connected with about, 15 other guys across the country. And it just kind of started from there, and got to like the mid 90s. And I was spending so much on cigars. I was spending like $60K a year on cigars. It was insanity. And a friend of mine was spending even more than me. And we had this crazy idea. Well, why don't we start a website so that we can use it as a tax write-off? We'll just take all our cigars that we're buying and we'll do this cigar website thing. And so we started this website. And what was the name? Called Cigar Nexus. Okay. Cigar Nexus doesn't exist anymore. You have to go into the Wayback Machine that You can get on Google. You can still find shit that I wrote, back in like 1994. And we were just using it as a place to dump our expenses is what we were doing. We had one advertiser, but it was fake. We weren't trying to get advertisers. We were just kind of trying to get over on the government any way we could. Yeah, and we did that for 3 years. And then the accountant finally said to us, guys, you can't have losses for 3 consecutive years and no income whatsoever. You have to start making this into a real business. Yeah. And we were like, we don't want to do that. Okay. And we just stopped it. So we did it for 3 years. And once we couldn't realize the tax benefit, we're like, well, I'm going back to just being a citizen and smoke cigars. And, but that experience, it was really good because, it let me visit a lot of places and talk to a lot of people that I otherwise wouldn't have. And it was at a time when there was nobody doing that. I was the only person. So it was, a much different scenario. So it kind of led to me getting some popularity as a cigar smoker. And that led to my first real job. And it was with a company called JR Cigar. Yeah. Lou Rothman, he wanted me to write a book about cigars and tobacco because I was just such an uber geek and I had talked to so many people and all these notes and everything. And that ended up, I went to go meet with Lou about the book, and we talked about the book for like 10 minutes. And then we started debating what was the best hot dog. And then it was the best muscle car from the late 60s. And then him being from New York and me being from the Boston area, it just became a Bo Sox Yankee discussion for like an hour. And after about an hour, he just looked at me and goes, why don't you come work for me? I go, what do you mean? He goes, yeah, you're smart. You're into cigars. You like going to these shitty third world countries. I could use a cigar guy like you. I'm like, what would I do? He goes, I don't know. We'll figure that out. And I'm like, I don't know, Lou. And he goes, well, what do you do now? I said, well, Lou, I'm retired. He goes, you don't make any money at all? I was like, well, we got this Y2K nonsense going on. So I was doing a little consulting at the time. And because that's the business I was in, was control engineering that I had sold. So I had customers that had paid me a lot of money to automate their plants and factories. And they were all freaked out over Y2K. So I say, yeah, I do consulting. And he goes, well, how much you get paid to consult? And I'm like, Lou, let me tell you how consulting works. You take whatever's fair and you multiply it by 3, because everybody likes to overpay consultants. Yeah. Because these people, they like to point and say, well, we hired the best consultant. He's like $3,000. And you know what I mean? It's like crazy, right? Yeah, it is. So I tell him this crazy number. He goes, huh? He goes, all right, I'll hire you to be a consultant for 2 years at that rate. And I was like, what? And I'm like doing the math in my head. I'm like, you're kidding me. And that was my first. So that has been my highest paying job in the cigar business. And I've gone downhill ever since. Yeah, I got a really bad career.
No way. No.
I did better at Drew Estate in the end, but not in the beginning. I can tell you that. But I was with JR, and it was really good for me because I was an Uber cigar geek and I was an Uber tobacco geek. But what I got when I was there at JR, and for most of you guys have no clue who Lou Rothman is, but Lou Rothman was the 800-pound gorilla through the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Okay. Literally 7 out of 10 cigars smoked in America, he somehow made money on it. I mean, he was in everything. Wow. They just literally controlled the market until about the mid 90s. And so now I'm in a position where I'm working for this guy directly because he was my one. I had no boss. Lou was my boss. And I should have paid him because I learned so much about the business of cigars working for him that it was tremendous. And company got bought out by Altadis, and I didn't want to stick around because at the time I didn't like who I thought was going to be president of Altadis. And I ended up had a non-compete. And then when the non-compete ended, I was then brought into Drew Estate as president, and they made me a vested partner in the company because I wasn't willing to join them.
Well, was this late? Was this early 90s?
This would have been no. This would have been 2005. So Drew Estate was already selling acid. They had tried to sell some other things, but it wasn't really going all that well. It was a young fledgling it was actually, to be honest with you, it was an absolute mess. It was a company that was just on the verge of bankruptcy. But I ended up being the adult in the room, and I spent 8 years there. And we, as a team, we did a lot of great things.
Yeah, for sure.
We
For sure,
totally
for sure.
turned that company around, and not only made it the largest company in Nicaragua, we made it quite profitable until it ultimately got bought by Swisher.
Yeah.
And so that's a second buyout stretch. And then again, I had another restricted covenant non-compete, which, by the way, if you can get that, go for it. That's great work, man. People
Yeah, for
paying you
sure.
not to work, it's really cherry. And then and also for all of you guys out there that may have signed a non-compete with your company, don't sweat it. It's bullshit. If they're not compensating you for it, that shit won't hold up in court. Okay. So when your company asks you to sign that stuff, go ahead and sign it and don't care, because you can challenge it. And if they don't quid pro quo you on that, it does not hold up in court. No court will uphold a non-compete if you're not getting compensation.
So what made you go into Drew Estate? Was it something you just wanted to say that you thought it was a good idea?
I'll tell you what, when I went to Drew Estate, there was actually kind of a joke that one of the presidents of another very large company, who I won't name, on my first day, he calls me and goes, "So how's it feel to be in charge of Romper Room?" I'll tell you what appealed to me about Drew Estate. What appealed to me about Drew Estate was, for as fucked up as they were actually really doing it. They were in Nicaragua. They really had a factory. They were really rolling cigars. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they weren't just the marketing part. There was the marketing part, which was always been great and continues to be great.
Yep.
But they were actually really doing the work. Now, were they doing the work well? No, they weren't doing the work well.
Mm-hmm.
But we got to the point where we were doing the work exceptionally well. And that to me was really appealing. And the other thing that was really appealing to me is I kind of like things that are a challenge. And I think most people, I mean, I don't think anyone could have predicted the success of that company.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of, so for me, I found it, I was kind of like, if I can do this here, then what can't you do?
Yeah.
And I don't want to make it sound like I did it all by myself, because that's just a lie. I mean, for any large company to be successful, there are many, many people involved in contributing to that company's success. But we as a team, we had a really, I mean, good God, the company was like 8 times larger by the time I left.
Yeah. So do you think you came in and kind of maybe changed the culture of Drew Estate, or just I'll
tell you what, I changed the back end culture of Drew Estate, but I didn't want to change the front end culture of Drew Estate, because the front end culture of Drew Estate, that is what the consumers see, was working perfectly good.
Yeah.
It was the back end side, factory operations, tobacco production and planning, handling the finances, just good. I mean, you can't be what you see and run the corporation that way.
No way.
Because the corporation doesn't exist. So like when I got there, they were like $12 million in debt, and it was like pizza money debt. There was nothing to show for it. You know what I mean? It wasn't like there was buildings and tobacco and all these hard assets. No, they were just like, they put 12 million on the credit card, and it was craziness.
Yeah.
But, they were trying to just market their way to success. And look, and we kind of stayed on that path even while I was there. I mean, even as we were growing the company, we were perpetually broke. I mean, that was a heavy lift, that company.
Wow.
But by the time we got to about 2011, it all started to really, the ducks started to get in a row, and it was a great experience.
So your name definitely rings well with Drew Estate, and assets. What you had a lot to do with the blends at Drew Estate?
Yeah, I was basically everything that was released from 2005 to 2013. I was the lead creative on. So, I mean, Liga Privada was mine. I mean, the brand concept, the blend, all of that. Now, not to tell you that Nicholas didn't work on the blend or Rubio didn't work on the blend, because a lot of, like I said, there were multiple people involved, but all those projects, Undercrown and, the retrofit of Natural and,
Yeah.
Deadwood and all of those projects, those were all projects that were started during my era. So, even the beginning of Herrera was before I left. But
That's awesome.
they're
That's awesome.
look, they're good company.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they're polarizing. I know some people hate them, but again, go back to the Mother Teresa thing. I think that I have no ill will. And the other thing too that's kind of weird is I left on my own accord, which is really strange because we were really firing on all cylinders in 2013. The problem was my wife just absolutely hated Miami, hated it. We moved. Yeah, we moved 6 times in 6 years. And after the 6th move, she's like, I'm done with this bullshit. When you're done fiddle fucking around here, I'll be in New Hampshire. I'm buying a house. Come and visit me when you can.
Oh my God.
And I tried. I took a condo apartment by myself, and I tried to, I had factory, which I was in charge of in Nicaragua, and then I had the U.S. operations in Miami, and then I had my wife in New Hampshire, and I did it for a year and a half, but honestly, it just physically wasn't possible.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's way too much going on. So during your time at Drew Estate, what would you say the most maybe the most complicated blend that you had to do with coming out with that?
It was definitely Liga Privada. I mean, Liga Privada was a big step forward for Drew Estate.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we did a training wheel blend before that called Chateau Real. I don't know if anyone even remembers that one. It was decent. It was okay. It wasn't exceptional, but it was a necessary step to get the team to think about traditional cigars. Because the thing when you go with the infused cigars, they're much easier to make. And the reason they're easier to make is you're using primarily lighter materials, so you don't tend to have a lot of combustion or draw problems.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, the flavor doesn't have to be as consistent because you're going to ultimately infuse the tobacco. So you have a lot of room to hide when you're doing that. And I'm not trying to talk about it like it's a disparaging thing.
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
You smoke an acid that hasn't been acid infused, it just smokes as a really mild, clean kind of cigar. Mm-hmm. But we needed something where you didn't have that. And you had to be more technical with your bunching technique, and you had to be more precise with your carding, and you had to be more precise with your tobacco. And so Chateau Real was kind of like a training wheel program, and it was the stepping stone to then do Liga Privada. Liga Privada is a task that most factories even today wouldn't take on. There's a lot going on. Now, listen, I don't know what Liga Privada tastes like today because I chose to stop smoking them in 2013 because people don't ask me this now, but like the first 3 years after I left, all the time was, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? And what they want me to say is they want me to say it isn't as good because they want me to reaffirm what their personal opinion is, but there's no upside for me to do that, right? Yeah. I mean, I've never been somebody that thinks that speaking ill of something else actually makes you look better. It rarely does. And the other thing too is I couldn't smoke it if I didn't think it was good. Tell consumers, well, yeah, it isn't as good. So the only answer for me was to just stop smoking it, but you got to understand, I walked away from Drew with 7,000-8,000 Liga Privadas in my personal collection. Oh my God. So I still got enough Liga Privadas for a long ass time even now.
Yeah, for sure. That's crazy. So the Liga Privada, probably the most complicated. It took you maybe a while to get it perfected. What would you say your most proud moment was while you're at Drew Estate? We'll get into
the most proud moment is when Cigar Aficionado had to list us as the hottest cigar of the year because I know that hurt them.
What year was this?
This would have been 2013. Because A, they didn't like Drew Estate, and B, they absolutely hate me. And the fact that they had to name it as the hottest cigar, I know that bothered them.
I love it. Yeah.
That's what the survey came up with. That's what retailers told them. So it ended up being the hottest. So yeah, I'll admit it's a little petty, but I'll take it.
No, I love it.
That was my happiest moment.
Stick it to him. No, I love that. That's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. Yeah. So after Drew Estate, you stepped down and you said, I think 2005.
No, I was there from 2005 to 2013. And then they bought my shares out. And I ended up, as part of that, I had a 2-year restricted covenant. And so I had to wait until the summer of 2015 before I could launch my next thing.
Yeah. That's pretty good, man. That's so those 2 years you do some more research. You're still nerding out on tobacco.
First year I kind of traveled a lot and fished, and I actually lost a little weight because I was actually doing something. The second year I was already busy. 2014 prepping. Yeah, by about the summer of 2014 I was already working. I was allowed to work, but I wasn't allowed to make it public that I was working. You know, I wasn't allowed to buy tobacco. But it didn't prevent me from getting other people to buy tobacco and hold it for me so that when my restricted covenant ended, I could just stroke them a check and say, here you go. But I mean, it just had to be kind of done on the down low, which was fine because it's kind of weird. I get accused of it all the time, but I'm actually not the hype guy. You know, it's one of these things that it actually works against you. Because when you have so much expectation going into something, it's often hard to clear that hurdle. You know what I mean? And in a perfect world, I wish everything just got smoked blind and people just made their decisions before they had any sort of predisposed opinion. Because it's awful hard to overcome a predisposed opinion. And that's not just about cigars, it's about everything in life. So I actually think as much as people think it helps you, I actually have learned over the years it actually hurts you. It does not help your cause to have that hype.
You think, well, okay, I'll take it from you. I know whenever, when you have it all hyped up, people look forward to, so maybe their expectations are up here and it might not meet their expectations.
That's the problem. And the thing is, everybody's expectations are different, right? Because what we all consider to be a really great cigar, we probably all have our own that we consider to be really great. So our individual bars as to what is great is individual. It's personal. Yeah, I hear you. So you went 2 years, still doing your own thing. I see. Thanks. I think Kenneth Blue or Chris, Chris DeQ. He mentioned. So that was that the birth of Dunbarton Tobacco and Trust. Yeah, the birth was in the summer of 2015, and it's a little different because I had gone from JR to Drew, and in both cases those were companies with over 1,500 employees, and I just wanted to do something a little simpler. Not that it's less work, it's actually more work. But I don't know. I wanted to just look, when I was at Drew, I made a lot of cigars as a company that I personally didn't smoke. I don't begrudge consumers that love them. And I wanted to make those cigars as good as they possibly could be. Yeah. But we made a lot of stuff that wasn't my cup of tea. And I wanted to start a company where I just focused on what I like to smoke and the tobaccos I want to do and not really worry about the costs. Whatever the prices are, they turn out to be the prices, and just kind of leave it up to the consumer to decide whether they felt there was value in it or not value in it, and not try to be all things to all people. The other thing I wanted to do is I wanted to stay in the cigar business, but I wanted to do it without bankers and partners and a million accountants. And I mean, when you're in these companies that are this size, I mean, you'd think being president of a cigar company is really cool, but really you spend a lot of your time with a lot of suits. You really do. And it kind of gets depressing. Yeah. That was kind of where Drew Estate was going. You know what I mean? As it got bigger, you had to spend more time with all of that. I mean, you'd be in these endless sales and marketing meetings, and it's like, I just couldn't. It just wasn't for me. I'm just, It's just not who I am. So
Yeah.
I wanted to do something. I want to do something entirely independent. And look, and it's nice because I have the luxury, because of the previous successes, that I didn't need to grind a living out of it. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yep.
And look, we're in a really tough business, and when you're a small
You
company,
probably put I guess more love into it, because you didn't really it was less work, but it was more enjoyable.
yeah, I don't want to go as far as to make it sound that cheery as love, because that would be a lie too. But I just wanted to do things I wanted to do my way on everything. So like every cigar that we make, nobody's involved in the blending process. Like nobody gets to taste any samples and give an opinion.
Oh man.
My staff, they get to smoke it for the very first time when it's finished and it's ready to go in a box. I don't care about their opinion, and the reason I don't care isn't because their opinion is worthless. It's because I understand that everybody's going to have a unique opinion.
Yeah.
So basically, if you like my cigars, odds are you're probably going to like quite a few of them, because they're really a reflection of what I like in a cigar. Okay. Is what you're ultimately getting.
For sure. What was your first blend, or your first?
It was the original Sobremesa with the Ecuador Habano was the first one.
And at Dunbarton?
At Dunbarton. And I think that surprised most people, because they assumed I would do a broadleaf cigar, because that's what I'm best known for. But I didn't want to do a broadleaf. Well, I did, but I couldn't, because I wanted to work the broadleaf myself and do my own fermentation on it.
Yeah.
And in order for that to be my first year cigar, I would have had to buy broadleaf through a broker that they had already worked, and I would have been buying their broadleaf.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do it my way. So I needed another year before I could release Me Querida. So Sobremesa was the first, followed by Me Querida Blue, followed by Todos Los Dias. I don't even know what's next. Sin Compromiso, I guess, was next. And then it all gets really muddy, because it just seems like I've been like a hamster on a wheel the last 3 years. Like it's hard to even keep track of all the crap I'm doing.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah. So what do you when you came back in the game, did you scare a bunch of people? Were you welcomed heavily, or was it kind of like, hey, what are you doing here? I thought you retired.
Well, they all knew I was coming back. There was never any doubt about that. I'm a love-hate guy. Some people really love me and some people really hate me. So there are people that aren't happy that I'm in the business. And then another thing is, how you talk about white privilege?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't exist in the cigar business. Mm-hmm. It hurts you, because the people that work in the fields and in the factories, it's a brown culture is what it is.
Yeah.
So actually being a white dude is actually a detriment in the cigar business, particularly if you're not on the sales side, not on the marketing side, but actually on the tobacco factory side. Yeah, it's a little rough.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah. I find it funny, like Nick Perdomo, he always says, well, his cigars are good, but he doesn't even speak Spanish, which is true. My Spanish sucks. Right at restaurant Spanish. You start talking about a baseball game, I'm lost. My factory Spanish is good. My tobacco Spanish is good. My restaurant Spanish is amazing.
Where's the Dunbar factory at?
Well, I work out of 2 factories. I have a team in the Hoya factory, and I have a team in the Nicaraguan American factory.
Okay.
So I don't actually have my own factory, and I doubt I will. I don't want to never say never, because I'm old enough to know that that's a foolish thing to say aloud. But I'm not willing to live in Nicaragua. And I just don't believe that you can operate a factory day to day and not physically be there.
Hell yeah. Hell yes.
I'm oddly enough probably one of the few non-factory owners. I'm there a lot. I'm there pretty much every month. So most people show up once a year, maybe twice a year, but I try to go every month except the month of December. The month of December, because the factories typically close.
Yep.
Like right now, the factories are one factory is closing on the 10th and the other one is closing on the 14th. So it's only a half month for them. So
Yeah. So currently I'm smoking this I can't.
Exclusiva. That's another one of my mildest cigars. That that cigar is comprised of tobacco that's all aged a minimum to 5 to 7 years.
Wow.
All the Muestra de Saka series are all like challenge cigars for me. And I normally
Why do you say that? Why do you say that?
well, what I try to do is I try to make something that I don't like to work with or something I don't like to do. So like in that case, I'm not a big fan of tobaccos that are aged 5 to 7 years. I know it's supposed to be a selling point, but I find most of them end up too lifeless and dull. They don't give me the pop that I want out of them. So the challenge on Exclusiva was, could I make a cigar using all vintage tobaccos that I would actually smoke and pay for? That was a challenge on Exclusivo. Whereas the next one was Nakatamale. Nakatamale is a really interesting cigar because, you know, today we make cigars with like tobaccos from 5, 6, 7 different tobaccos all in one cigar. But that's not the way cigars were traditionally made. Cigars used to be made with just 3 tobaccos often, one for the wrapper, one for the binder, and one for the filler. And if we're talking Cuban cigars, the vast majority of Cuban cigars are only made with 2 tobaccos. The wrapper and binder are from the same crop, and the filler is all from the same seed variety. So I wanted to see if I could make that farm style traditional cigar in the modern era where I only had 2 tobaccos to work with. So Nakatamale is just 2 tobaccos, 1 farm for all the filler and 1 farm for the wrapper and binder. So there's only 2 tobaccos in all of Nakatamale. And could I make something that would be engaging and complex enough through not the fact that I have a lot of ingredients, but how I work the ingredients, how I position the ingredients. So that was the challenge on Nakatamale. What was the next one? The next one was Now Leave Me the Hell Alone, the Lancero. I just hate Lanceros. And
I had no idea that's who that stood for. I looked it up. So I actually have both. So I have the pleasure of going, to a heritage fest.
Of the 3, personally, I like the Nakatamale. The Nakatamale is my favorite of the entire line.
Wow. Okay.
That's the one that I like the best. Now, another one that gets a lot of love is the Unstolen Valor, but I didn't blend the Unstolen Valor. The Unstolen Valor was actually a personal challenge to Raul Diesla, who's the head maker and general manager at the Nicaraguan American factory at Noxa. And I don't know, it was like, I don't know when it was. It was like 4 years ago. I'm like, hey, Raul, he's never made a cigar for himself. He's always made cigars to customers' standards. A customer says, hey, I want it to be spicy. I want it to be strong. I want it to be this size. I want it to be dark. And then he would make blends to try to fit that. Yeah. But ultimately, the customer that was buying cigars from him would end up dictating what got made and what didn't get made.
Yeah.
So I was like, hey, Raul, I want you to just, you do all these cigars for me, but you're really just kind of like following the recipe that ultimately you're given. I want you to make cigars for you. Your own blends. Go, well, what do you want them to be like? I'm like, no, you're missing the point here. I want you to make your cigars. If you got to make a cigar with no input from anyone else, what would you make? What would you smoke? Make a personal liga for yourself. I don't know, like a year went by, and every month I'm down there. Hey, how are the ligas coming along? Oh, I hadn't started yet. How they coming along? How they coming along? Never. So after about a year, I'm like, you still haven't started doing these? I'm like, what the fuck? Are you like the only guy on the planet that can't make a cigar? Are you the only master cigar maker on the planet that doesn't know how to make a cigar? And you're going to let this white fat kid from America come down here and make, you know what I mean? So I just kind of guilted it to him doing it. So the next time I got down there, he had 4 blends for me and he had labeled them RAUNL for Raul, right? And I smoked them. The best of the 4 blends was probably the R blend. And it happened to be his favorite. And I said, listen, just save that because someday you're going to want to release a cigar and this is a really good blend. You want to put this in your back pocket. I said, but what do you think about this U blend? Because the U blend caught my eye or my palate. I'm like, hey, what do you think if we sell this? And so we put it in the Muestra series because unlike it being a challenge to me, it was a challenge to him. Yeah. And because I didn't blend it, we called it Unstolen Valor to make sure that he got credit for his work. Now, I Sakafied it. I made them use better materials and better attention to detail, and really make it a. Because the Westers are not cheap; they're $17.95. So if you're spending $18 for a cigar, you deserve a hell of a good cigar.
Sure.
But the Unstolen Valor blend is his.
For sure. So for the Lancero, leave me the hell alone. I'm trying to put two and two together. So before we start rolling, we kind of talked about you're not a huge fan of.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Lanceros.
But yet you have one. So is this because?
And here's the thing. So I made one other Lancero, and that was the L40 for Liga, right?
Yeah, I saw it in chat. Yeah,
I've never made a Lancero that I didn't think I could make better as a Lonsdale. It's just the Lancero, there's so little room to work with. It's very hard to get any sort of complexity into a Lancero. Yeah. And there's not really a lot of technique or skill in the blending of a Lancero, because it's kind of like A with B, B with C, C with D, A with D, B with D. And eventually like, okay, that tastes fine. And you put it in a box and you sell the damn thing. And the other thing about it is Lancero consumers, they're not like brand loyal. Now, listen, I'm talking stereotypical here. There are exceptions, but most Lancero people, they're chasing Lanceros. It's not like they have 3 or 4 favorite Lanceros that they smoke all the time. And when they run out of them, they go, oh, I got to buy more of that Lancero. No, what they do is they buy whatever the newest, latest, greatest Lancero is. They smoke 1 or 2 from the box. They then put it in their Lancero shrine in their humidor. And then they just spend the next 10, 12 years talking about what an amazing cigar it is, but to never, ever buy any more. So Lanceros are like a total like commercial disaster. Okay. I mean, it's so bad, it's horrific. So when somebody tells you they sell a lot of Lanceros, they're like saying they sold 500 boxes. That's a lot of Lanceros. Yeah. And so, but the Lancero guys, they're relentless. They don't stop. When are you gonna make a Lancero? When are you gonna make another Lancero? When are you gonna make a Lancero? When are you gonna make a Lancero? They just pummel you. And that's where the name comes from. Now leave me the hell alone. Here's a fucking Lancero. Let me be. Here it is. Go on your merry way.
I figured that. That's pretty good. I was gonna say you're bashing these Lanceros a lot, but yeah, you came out with it. I'm pretty sure it was. Hey, here you go, and now leave me.
I have to be honest with you. I'm really surprised by that Lancero. It's probably the #1 selling Lancero in America. I mean,
wow, okay.
I still sell, even though that Lancero I released it like over 3 years ago.
Yeah.
We still sell thousands of boxes of that Lancero every year, thousands of boxes every year. And that really shocks me because that's not typical. But I think it's because it's in that Muestra series. So I think when it's on the shelf, I think a lot of consumers grab it because they just want to try all the different Muestras.
Yep.
That's what I think. I think that's the reason why. But I mean, I'm surprised.
Well, maybe also it seems like Lanceros are like trending here recently within the last couple of years. Like,
that's what I'm telling you. It's all nonsense. It's a smoke. It looks like it because the Lancero guys are so loud.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is very true. That's very true.
The reality is that shit don't sell. If it did, the retailer would have 1 billion of them on his shelf, right?
Yeah.
The retailer doesn't because every time he brings them in. Now, look, are there exceptions? There are shops that have like Lancero crazy owners and clerks, and they move a lot of Lanceros through that shop. Same thing with torpedoes. Same thing with Coronas. And look, if the shop is championing something, then yes, it can sell well in that shop. But the consumers left to their own devices, they don't buy Lanceros.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. So Kim, let's move on and talk about the so I read somewhere that the Sin Compromiso is your best cigar you came out with.
It's my flagship. I mean, look, best is a relative term. Mm-hmm. It's my most complex. It's the one that I put the most investment in. It's one that I feel is really unique and different. I mean, it's got a unique filler crops that are grown exclusively for us. It's got a unique wrapper on it that is grown exclusively for us, that's cultivated in a much different method than most. And so as a result, it's really our flagship product. Mm-hmm. And when I launched the company, the tagline was Puro Sin Compromiso, which means no compromise, unless you're in a Mexican bar. If you're in a Mexican bar, you whisper no sin compromiso into a girl's ear, that kind of means no commitment. Okay.
Oh,
Kind of
there you go.
a
There you
little,
go. I need to learn that one. I need to learn
yeah,
that one.
yeah. But that's like so much of Spanish. Spanish is entirely contextual, and depending on what country you're in and how you
I
say it,
understand.
to,
I
ends up
understand.
changing the meaning of it. But so I always knew that I wanted the flagship product to be Sin. Um, but it took me like 4 years. In fact, the first pilot crop for Sin, we were growing a test crop, actually not a pilot crop, but a test crop in 2014.
Oh
So I
my
was
God.
working on Sin before the company even started.
Oh my God. So it took you about 4 years
Four
to actually
years.
get
Yeah.
the blend you wanted.
Yeah, 4 years.
Oh my
Well,
God.
it was because tobacco,
Yeah.
you have this crazy idea and you do a pilot, and then, okay, that seems to work. So let's do a small test crop. So there goes another season for a test crop. So it was the third year before we could grow a full crop that could really be used for production. And so you grow that crop in year three. It ended up being a year and a half later before any of that tobacco ends up making it onto a cigar.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a long lead. And I think that's one of the things that I have a lot of benefits that other people don't.
Of course. Of course.
Um, First off, I have experience, which helps a lot. Second thing is I have a lot of great relationships because I've made a lot of people a lot of money over the years.
Yeah. The name alone. The name
I
alone. Yeah.
bought millions of dollars worth of tobacco. And as a result, I have a lot of friends who, not only are they friends, but I've done business with them so long that they kind of give me a little bit of an inside advantage to do a lot of crazy special things.
Yeah.
And that's something that normally when you're small, you don't have access to that. So like when I go to Nicaragua, I live at Gustavo Cura's house. Gustavo Cura he's the one that runs the tobacco operation for Oliva Tobacco Company, not Oliva Cigar. Oliva Cigar is the small Oliva. The big Oliva is the tobacco grower. I stay with him at his house. We're like actually stay at his house when he's not even there. I mean, that's how good of friends I am with Gus.
Yeah.
And look, there's an advantage to that, being that good a friend with somebody that they're in charge of growing all of this tobacco. And spending the nights and hanging out and, drinking scotch with him, it gives you a lot of opportunities to come up with crazy ideas to do, and it's definitely a leg up. It's also a leg up that, I'm a steady state production guy. So like most small makers, they have no idea what they're going to sell. So typically the way it works is they will end up saying, hey, I want 100 boxes of this or 200 boxes of those, but very rarely does a small guy buy more than 500 or 1,000 boxes total. And then he tries to sell them. And then when they're sold, he then places another order. The problem with that is it means that production is constantly started, then stopped, then started, then stopped, started and stopped. And the problem is you don't get consistent product that way.
Yeah, for sure.
The way you get consistent product is by making the same cigar every day, day in, day out. You keep the Bunchero and the Rolero, the pair. They work on one size and one blend. And I know we would look at that and say, God, they're going to be bored to death. But most of them aren't, because they look at it as a job and they get paid on cigars that pass quality control. And when they get to make the same thing every single day, it just ends up becoming like inherent muscle memory for them. They roll cigars the way you drive your car.
Yeah.
They don't think about their hands at
It's nothing. It's just nothing. It's instinct. As a instinct.
You just drive.
Yeah.
It's the same for them.
Yeah.
So when you can get them into that steady flow, that's when you get the best product. The problem is, to do steady flow means you have to be willing to assume the risk of them rolling cigars that you have yet to sell.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's too big a bite for most people. Whereas A, I had the cash to do it, and B, I was confident that if we did it right, we would not have problems selling the cigars. And that's a huge advantage to be able to do that. It just makes the product much better.
Understood. It sounds like you have a creation, you have an idea, you create it. If you like it, it's going to production. Have you thought about collabing with another maybe up?
Yeah, no, I don't believe in them, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I think that most collaborations are just marketing bullshit.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why. People smoke my cigars because they like my cigars. People smoke La Flor Dominicana because they like La Flor Dominicana. people smoke Arturo Fuente because they like Fuente. I don't think that putting two people together basically makes a better product. I actually think it's a compromise between two totally different individuals. I think that it's like there's a reason why you go to the restaurant to eat something from that chef. Okay. Now it might be fun to watch two celebrity chefs bang off one another and have a good time and do this and that. But I bet in the end, their best work is the work they each do individually themselves. You know, I always tell people, think of it like, look, Picasso, an amazing artist, right? Cavaggio, an amazing artist. I don't think them both painting on the same canvas gives us an unbelievable work of art. I think it just gives us a mess on canvas.
Yeah.
So I do not believe in collabs, to be honest with you. I don't get it.
Understood. So, you know, we're still talking about DTT a little bit. So is there something that came out with Dunbar that you had hopes for, you thought would be great, and then maybe the sales numbers or production numbers wasn't as great?
So my worst dog was the third brand I launched, was Todos Los Dias. Todos Los Dias is a very weird blend. It's an incredibly strong cigar that's incredibly smooth. And so it has like this kind of like sweet chili pepper that's really soft in the beginning.
Yeah.
What it does is as you smoke it, it intensifies and it becomes very potent towards the end of the cigar, but it always remains very smooth. As much as I'm enamored with that, I think it really misses the mark for the consumer, because the guys that want strong cigars that are a lot of nicotine, and that's what Todos Los Dias is, it's a lot of nicotine. They want that bite. They want that pepper right from the start. And I did not give them what they wanted. And the smoothness, while it made it more accessible for a lot of other people, it also made it too deadly for them, that they would get to the end of that and be like, oh man, that cigar is just too much. You know what I mean? Because it's like when you drink that 110 proof, but it's velvety soft and you don't realize you're drinking 110 proof until you go to get up. And that's the way Todos was. So Todos is my least popular, but even with that, it still grew about 20% in 2020. So my worst brand was still growing significantly, but I ultimately had to make a choice this year. There's one particular tobacco that I use that's also used in the Mi Querida Tricky Traca. And Tricky Traca, it's growing like 75% year to date. So I had a limited supply. So I decided to put Todos Los Dias on hiatus, on the back burner, and focus on making Tricky Tracas. When I get to the summer of this year, I'll take a look at my tobacco inventory levels, and I'll also take a look at the new crop that's currently in the field now and see how it looks in the bulks. And that'll let me know whether I can start making Todos again. Because I don't want to make it if I can't. I mean, I could change it, but I don't want to change it because as much as it's my slowest grower, there are people that love it. Yeah. You don't want to change something that people smoke.
For sure.
That's the one thing that's really uber important, is to make things consistent, because once a consumer finds something they like, you don't want to change it from them. You want them to get the experience they're expecting out of the box. So something had to give. And I didn't want to take away from the growth of Tricky Traca to use Leaf in a brand that I know isn't doing as well for a lot of retailers.
Yeah. So
that's my most disappointing one. And even it's, like I said, it was even growing, but oh well.
Yeah. So you mentioned 2020. I think that's, when the pandemic started. I guess you fared well through the pandemic. Did something?
Yeah, the pandemic turned out to be a bit of a surprise for us. I mean, so when it first all started happening, where things started getting locked down in March and April of last year, business was terrible. I mean, we actually went down 50% in the month of March. Retailers weren't buying because they didn't know whether they were going to be open. They didn't know if there were going to be bodies piled in the street. We didn't know if we were on the verge of a zombie apocalypse. Nobody had a clue. But what ended up happening is, if you didn't lose your job in 2020 and you had your income stream still coming in, and now you're working from home, that person that was just trying to squeeze 2 or 3 cigars in a week, between work and family and church and sports and whatever else they got going on in their lives,
Yeah.
Well, now they had time to smoke 2 or 3 cigars a day. And not only do they now have the time, they now have the money too, because they still have their income, but they couldn't spend it on anything. They couldn't go to restaurants. They couldn't go to sporting events. They didn't have to go on family vacation.
Yeah.
They have to do some big ass birthday party for their little cute 4-year-old. It was going to cost them $400.
Yeah.
So honestly, for a lot of people, 2020 turned out to be their richest year ever personally, because they just had more free cash. You weren't even putting the gas in your car the way you normally put gas in your car. I don't know about you guys.
Like me, yeah,
I got a refund check from my insurance company because I wasn't driving my vehicle, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody had, if you didn't lose your job, you had more cash. And that's not counting the stimulus checks that we all got. And so people bought a lot of damn cigars in 2020. We had a boom going on. So 2020 was a phenomenal year. And for us, 2021 has been even a better year than 2020 was. So I think we're out of the COVID bump. But I think what did happen was that person that was smoking 2 or 3 a week got to smoke 2 or 3 a day. And now they can't smoke 2 or 3 a day, but they like it enough that they now make it part of their daily ritual at the end of the day to smoke 1. You know what I mean? So the guy that used to smoke 2 or 3 is now smoking 6, 7, and on the weekends he's smoking 2 or 3. You know what I mean? So that guy that went from 2 or 3 a week, he's now smoking like 10 cigars a week. So
for sure.
It's definitely made a difference.
So Steve, answer if you, the way you must, but I always try to ask for some tea, something like that. Water cooler talk, on the show. So is there something in store that we can look forward to? What's next for Maestro? Like, can you drop something?
I mean, Maestro, the next one's supposed to be Krakatoa, but I've been working on that blend now for a year and a half, and I'm still not satisfied with it.
So you're the first one I've talked to that,
one last crack at it in early November. So I will smoke those cigars in January. And if I'm still not pleased with it, I'm just going to totally shelve that project. And I have like 4 other Muestras that are 100% done. The blends are done. I really wanted to do Krakatoa next, but if I can't get it right, I'm just not going to do it.
What's the reason for what's the name for
Krakatoa? Well, again, I believe that names should be appropriate. So if I call something Krakatoa, it has to be that blow your head off, pepper bomb, super spicy kind of cigar, right?
Yeah.
Krakatoa, it's the volcano, right?
Yeah.
Biggest volcanic eruption in modern history. So I haven't been satisfied with it. So like I said, I took one last crack at it. If I didn't get it right, I'll just use something else for 2022. But I mean, I delayed Krakatoa. I was supposed to sell it this year. I just keep delaying it because it just, I can't say that you're going to like everything.
Of course.
And I can't say that everything I make is going to be successful. But I don't want to put something in the box that I have doubts about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want it to be something that I feel there's a reason why it should exist and why a consumer would be like, when it comes to cigar prices, the only thing that's relevant is, does the consumer feel as though they got good value for their money? Mm-hmm. So whether they're the guy that's buying a $5 cigar or buying a $50 cigar, the question at the end of the cigar is, are they happy with their purchase?
Yeah.
Did they feel as though they got their money's worth? And I think that's the universal question we ask all of ourselves when we buy a car or we go to a restaurant or whatever, right? And I just don't feel that the Krakatoa blends that I have been making are worthy of asking a customer to spend $18, $19.
Yeah. So since we're on the, we're talking about MSRP a little bit. So your MSRP is a little bit higher than I guess what norm.
I'm not a cheap date. That's true.
Yeah, for sure. But I can see why. It seems like you put a lot of work into getting the blends. It took you 4 years to get Syncom for me. So
I'm not trying to make cigars for the masses here. And to be honest with you, I can't really be competitive. For me to compete in the $7, $8 range with the big factories, I would really be selling you a cigar for $7, $8 that really should be a $5 cigar. Mm. Because look, they have all the mathematical advantages. They have the economy of scale. They have huge sales teams. They have huge marketing departments. They just everything across the board, they have preferential on. So in order for me to be on par, I have to be in the high price point. I can compete directly with Opus. I can compete with Padron. I can compete with Davidoff. I can make a cigar as good as any of those people can.
Yeah.
I don't make as much money on it. So my $18 cigar, I make less profit than their $18 cigar, but I can make a cigar that's worthy of being $18. And there's enough meat on that bone for me to be able to function and grow as a company. So even though I don't make the same amount of profit, I can at least be there on that field of play. Where honestly, if I'm making a $7, $8 cigar, I'm really overpricing the cigar to the consumer. They're really just paying for the name, you know, and that doesn't help me out. And the other thing too is, you know, it's a lot. It also kind of leads into what I like to do. I like to buy the best of the best and make the best of the best. And so then I don't ever have to worry about trying to scrimp or save a penny. Because look, pennies matter in the cigar business. When you're operating a factory like Drew Estate, just do the quick math. If you're making 100,000 hand-rolled cigars a day and you spend a penny more for each single one of those, that's $1,000 a day. And if you're making cigars for, you know, if you're making cigars for 200 days of the year, we're talking $200,000 actual cash because of a penny. So, you know, you really, it's one of the things. And I'm not really interested in being there, you know? So I decided right from the jump that I was going to go in the high end lane. Mm-hmm. And that's where I'm going to be, because that's where I can be competitive and I can hold my own and I can do my thing and it works for me. But I also understand that by being in that lane, that there's a lot of consumers that are never, ever going to buy my cigars. Yeah. Because it's just simply beyond their budget. And I can appreciate that because, I mean, I was an enlisted squid. I enlisted at 17. I mean, my wife and I, we're on women, infants, and children's checks. That was the check you went to the counter. There was no EBT card. You had to go through the embarrassment of pulling out the government check. And here's my check for the Cheerios. And here's my check for the cheese. And here's my check for the milk. So I get it. I understand being there. Yeah. I'm just not there today anymore.
Yeah. So I respect that. Though. I respect that. So I know, you Navy, go Navy guy. I was in the Marines. So shout out to that.
Too much work. Navy's much easier.
Yeah. For sure. But I've definitely got a lot of Navy brothers. I've been on a couple of ships and all that. So going to that aspect, have you? There's a few lines that come out with maybe a Veterans Day cigar or a police cigar, or have you thought about doing something for the armed forces or maybe the Navy? That
I try to. This is another thing. I try to stay away from things that are like kitschy. Yeah. I try to because it just always feels like pandering when you do that, right? I'm making a cigar for firemen. I'm making a cigar for women. I'm making a cigar for Black people. I mean, it just feels wrong to me, So I don't tend to go with that kind of branding. Now, look, the branding is a reflection of me. When I got into cigars, Cuban cigars were the ideal. So you see that I tend to go towards more of the Spanish, more of the classic feel. My package tends to be on the simpler side. I mean, that's my aesthetic that's being put on the product. But I'm willing to go a little quirky with some of like the Now Leave Me the Hell Alone when it's one SKU in the middle of something. But as an overall brand, I don't tend to go that direction because I always think about brands in a way of I call it multi-generational. But it's easy to sell a cigar in year one. When something's new, everybody tries it. Yeah. The problem is, how do you make a brand that someone smokes 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, and God willing, maybe 20 years. And when you hit the 20-year mark, that's what I call multi-generational, where this generation was smoking it and the next generation is also still smoking it. That's Padron, that's Fuente, that's Oliva, that's Davidoff. And really the successful companies long-term are those companies that create brands that have the ability to do that. So sometimes what you don't want is you don't want the brand to get in the way of that. And so you want the brand to be appealing. You want to represent the product well, but you also want it to be in some way just have a universally kind of classiness to it. okay, that it becomes almost timeless. I mean,
Yeah.
Cartier is Cartier, and Tiffany is Tiffany, and Louis Vuitton is Louis Vuitton,
Yeah.
and that shit will be in style 50 years into the future, right?
Yeah.
And I try to think in those terms. Not that it's going to work, but when you make something that's whatever, you know, Ed Hardy style, crazy design, this and that, it sells in the moment, but it's not the box of cigars that you buy for your dad. It's not the cigars you give to your boss. It's not the cigars that you tend to really smoke year in, year out. And so a lot of branding is really sometimes not actually getting in the way of it being acceptable to a much wider audience for a
that makes sense. That makes sense.
time period. And I mean, so I always try to think of those terms. I always ask myself, would I buy this as a gift for my boss? Would I buy this as a gift for my dad? Would I feel good about going to a wedding and taking a box and putting that box on the table? You know?
Yeah, I hear you. So I'm sorry, I'm multitasking. There's stuff in the chat. I'm getting text messages and all this. I have so many. I can talk, but I do want to open the floor up for questions. There's a lot of people in here who
I want to give more of that comment right there. I fuck with that black statement. I want to hear about that one.
so that's
found on that. What did that mean?
That's my brother Jameson. Jameson's on the I saw what you put in the chat. Steve saw what you put in the chat. So Jameson, you want to open your mic up? I will say, of course, if you decide to ask a question, I'm putting this on YouTube. If you do not want to be seen or heard on YouTube, please do not open your mic and turn off your camera. Feel free to hit me up in a DM, whatever. I'll ask it for you. But let's open the floor up. Jameson, what's up with the comment, Jay?
What's going on, Steve? How are you, man? Let's start off with that. Listen, I really enjoy your statements that you made this evening about quality over quantity. Like, we operate in the same realm. Like, we met maybe 2018 during Atlanta Cigar Week or what have you. I think you were there doing something with Shafi and things of that nature. But the beauty of that, the statement that you're making this evening is how you're shying away from the mass production of things, because that dilutes the quality of it. I think that is one of the things that has made, like, for instance, this Zoom this evening, I follow my brother Rockstar heavily, and this is by far this is probably goes down in the books for this year, one of the casts that has the most viewership, because people really are tuning in to hear what you say. And I appreciate the fact that you're saying, hey man, listen, I'm not with creating product just for one demographic, or creating a product for this one season, or creating this product for this one thing. I want to create a product that
I just want to make sure we were on the same wavelength there. That's all I was trying. Because look, it's such a I'm one of the guys that really
I appreciate that statement. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Most people shy away from these topics, right? Because they're so scary.
Yeah.
You know, but it is when you get into the large companies, what they do is they make products for boxes. And what I mean by that is they put people in groups. They go, okay, this is for our younger demographic, and this is for our Black consumer, and this is the one that we think is going to be for the guy that's 55 to 75. And that's what they do, and that's how they approach everything. And they create marketing campaigns around it, and they try to target that individual audience. And I don't believe it's a successful approach in the long term. And B, I just feel as though it's pandering. And the one thing I don't think anybody likes, regardless of who they are, is to be pandered to. I think it's insulting as an individual. And I think that's gotten lost for some reason lately. And I think most people feel that way.
Well, one of the things that you identify early on is that you're not a psychic. And what happens with a lot of these brands and big brands, or even just across the board, everyone thinks they know what everyone likes. No, I love the fact that you stay authentic. I think there was like a post here that said, what is it? Class over flash. I think that it's more authentic to me as a consumer and as a mass producer of like lifestyle experiences across the country, that I want to align with someone who wants that same thing, quality over quantity. So the fact that you're like, hey man, listen, I don't know what everybody likes, but first step, let me make sure that I approve of it. Like I want to be, I start with, I want to come wherever we gonna smoke this stick in January. So I can add my, whatever to, that decision-making process. And I appreciate that the fact that you're waiting it out that long, allowing the tobacco to age that way, allowing the process. I think a lot of people that are coming on here tonight are getting full-fledged information.
Let me flip this a little bit in their defense, though. Let me flip this a bit. I understand why they do what they do. We're in a highly competitive business. I essentially sell rolled up weeds in a tube. That's what I do for a living. Everything is brown and round. Everything is in the humidor. It all looks the same, right? I mean, this thing over here is $5 and this thing over here is $100, but they're still rolled up weeds in a tube. So it's very hard to do any sort of differentiation between them. And the thing is, we're in a market that always rewards what's new. So when you reward what's new, because when something's new, and look, I'm guilty of it too. I walk into a cigar store, hey, Bob, what you got that just came in? What's new? What's something fresh I haven't had, right? So I'm the same dude. I ask the same question. So it's always easy when you initially launch something that it generates a lot of sales. What happens with almost every single brand that's released in the market, they almost all universally fail. Almost all of them. When I say almost all, I mean like 98% of brands are ultimately failures within 5 years or less. And many of them are failures within just the first year. You just as consumers don't see it because it's still stuck on your retailer shelf and he's still trying to pedal through, okay? Because we all are willing to try something new, but if it isn't better than we already like, we don't add it to our mix, right? Because like, okay, I tried it. Yeah, it was this, it was that. But how often do you try something new? You go, man, I got to have that. That doesn't happen really often. So all these new things every year, and most years, I mean, just wrap your brain around this. COVID year was a weird year. So this 2020, 2021 series is a little bit off the norm. But in an average year in our industry, there typically tends to be somewhere between 350 to 450 new brand launches every single year.
I had no idea. That's crazy.
Can anybody in this room even name 20 of them from 3 years ago?
Yeah.
You can't. I can't. And I'm in the business. I can't. So what ends up happening is these companies get addicted to the new because that's the only thing they can sell. So they're constantly churning and they're constantly burning because it doesn't matter what's in the box. Because if it's new, you're going to try it. I'm going to try it. And their attitude is, hey, when this is going to sell great for a year. And then guess what? We'll make something new next year. Yeah. And then the year after that, we'll make 2 new things. And then we'll make 3 new things. Yeah. And that's what ends up happening. The problem is eventually your customer gets burnt on it. Oh, man, I've had all these new cigars from this maker. I used to love what he made. He was one of my favorites. But man, the last 10 or 12, man, that 6th one was good. That 9th one was okay. But none of that, you know what I mean? And eventually you get to a point where like, even if that company came out with the greatest cigar ever at the best price, you're already done with the company. You don't go back and try because you're like, man, I burned through like 30 new things from this company and none of them really floated my boat. So in my opinion, that's a very short recipe.
Yeah, I will say, Steve. So I will say, Steve. I mean, if I had ambitions of opening my, everybody got to start somewhere. You know, you have to start somewhere, whether it's for the modern taste of the new cigar culture, where I feel it's headed, or you can do, you know, something classic like what you did. You know, sit on it for 4 years and do the homework. Do the research.
Jameson asked the question, "What's the solution?" Honestly, there isn't a solution because we, as manufacturers and as an industry, we're going to make what you buy. And if you're willing to buy new, it puts us in a pickle to make new. Look, I released something new here at the end of 2020, or 2021. It's called Stillwell Star. It's a really weird brand. It's a definite love or hate thing. It's a luxury pipe tobacco cigar. There's nothing on it like it in the marketplace. It's definitely strange. It's probably one of the weirdest things I've ever done, but it's something that I've been doing for me personally for many years. I'm a closet pipe smoker because when I was enlisted in the Navy, I couldn't afford cigars. They were too rich for my blood, but you could buy a 2-ounce can of pipe tobacco for the same price as one cigar. You could smoke like 18 times out of that sucker.
Or dip, speaking military, or dip, you know, chewing tobacco.
So I'm really I'm a big pipe guy. And I ended up working on this project with Jeremy Reeves, who's the head blender at Cornell and Deal. And we made custom pipe tobaccos, and then I built custom cigars around them. I ultimately don't know whether this is a good idea or a bad idea. I don't ultimately know whether it's going to be commercially successful or a complete failure. What I do know, though, is because it's new and because it's different, right now, I sold like 11,000 boxes last month, and I still have another 8,000 plus boxes that have already been reordered just in this month.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
because
So you mentioned you coming out with some new, you know, pipe tobacco cigar. How much of the success for? So I feel like, you know, the name Steve Saka, everybody knows. How much of the name, the reputation you have? I mean, I think it's going to do well anyway because it's tied to your name.
It helps, but I'll tell you where it doesn't help. This is the other thing that I think most people don't realize. If you guys are here listening to this chat in a Zoom, you're like hardcore cigar guys, okay? That's not the average consumer. The average consumer has no clue who makes what, no clue what their brands are, doesn't give a fuck about pedigree, doesn't care about Steve Saka, will never know Steve Saka's name. It doesn't mean anything to them. The average consumer just reaches into a box because it appealed to him. He smoked it. He liked it. He thought it was worth his money. He keeps smoking it. That's the average cigar consumer. So we are not representative of actually the marketplace. We are the fringe edge of the marketplace is where we are. Now, where it helps is when you are doing really well with that small fringe segment is they also happen to be the loudest. So they're the ones that are megaphoning you. They're broadcasting about you. They're posting pictures about you. Now, those pictures, because of social media, that might get that average person who's skimming the big titty pictures in his Instagram feed and this and that. And he all of a sudden he sees Rockstar. He's smoking one of those. Let me maybe check that out. That's where you get a benefit from it. But really, the average consumer, they just they never get into this. Look, I drink a lot of booze. I don't follow who's the current master distiller at Ardbeg. I couldn't name that dude. I have no idea who he is, but I buy plenty of that booze. So, you know, when it comes to liquor, I'm that kind of in the dark consumer that's just buying what I like because I like it.
Steve, you say you drink a lot of booze, Steve. I think you're still on glass one, brother. I mean, I've already
No. Look,
what's
what
going
you're
on?
seeing is the pour is kind of under screen view. You don't get to see much.
I hear you. So I definitely got to shout out a good brother of mine, you know, a mentor of mine. He's on his Sekuni is on here. He had a question he wanted me to ask you, but I feel like there's a couple that he should ask. What's going on, Sekou? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right. Greetings from Colorado. What's up, Saka Squatch? Hello, Dukes out there in Hawaii. Team Saka Squatch all day. Hey, Steve, do you remember a couple years back at the Rocky Mountain Cigar Fest and shit was all over? You didn't have no product left, and you just about 20 minutes of your time when you could have been doing everything else that you do on the wine now, you sat and you just chopped it up with me you got into why you made $100 stick and, and your feelings about that.
Yeah.
I had so much experience and impact from that day that my girl right here will tell you, I left all of my swag somewhere between your booth and the door because my mind was so consumed with what we were talking about. And I just walked away without sticks, everything. I lost so much stuff that day, and I still don't feel like it was a loss. So thank you for that. When Rockstar said he was gonna have you on, I was like, let me tell you, it's gonna be an amazing interview because Saka pulls no punches, he gives no fucks, and he will definitely teach you something that you need to know.
Well, thank you. That's really kind of you. You know, it's kind of weird. You know, I never watch these podcasts or any of the interviews I do or ever listen to them because I'm super self-critical about everything. So I find that I can be a little bit more free form if I am not conscientious about everything I say. Now, the downside of that is I say some pretty stupid shit occasionally.
No, I'm with it though. I'm with it.
I mean, but it happens because that's life, right? We all say stupid shit.
Well, it's not even that, Steven. So if you, I mean, I get, you saw a couple pictures. I am definitely a very different guy. I'm comfortable in my own skin, and I do whatever the F I want to do, whatever. So I'm on the same lines as you, Steve. You know what I mean? So it is what it is.
And someone asked me a really interesting question once because, after I had been bought out the second time, it was kind of like, at what point are you rich?
Yeah.
What makes you rich? And I really started thinking about that. And I think the answer to it is when you don't have to rely on somebody else to make bank. Once you're okay with where you're at and you're independent, that's when you become rich. Now, that can be when you're in a double wide and you're working as you're trapping raccoons for skins, okay? But if that's what you choose to do and you're free to do it, and you don't have to worry about somebody firing you or telling you whatever, that's at the point where you're rich.
Yeah. So rich to you is not a monetary value. It's a mental.
Yeah, it's kind of a state of being when you kind of get to that point. Look, and I gotta tell you, this personality, which is me, it works to my advantage in some ways, but it also hurts me too. I mean, honestly, I should be president of Altadis. I should be president of Davidoff. I would do so much with any of those companies, STG, and I'm fully qualified and capable, but I'll never get that job because I got too big a mouth. I don't look good in a suit. I'm a fat, schlubby dude. You know what I mean? I'm too rough around the edges for what fits into that mold today, because now what they hire blue blood MBA types that are very Rico Suave. That's who gets those jobs. So even though those are jobs that I would really kill it at, I'm never going to get those jobs. So I kind of have to, if I want to stay in the cigar game and not go backwards, I really am forced to do my own thing. I don't really actually have a choice. Yeah. There's no place for me to go in the current environment.
I understand.
Blue Estate was a very unique situation because when I got there, it was in its infant stage for all practical purposes, and we grew up together. And also Drew Estate, just in its inherent culture, was also kind of a don't give a fuck kind of place to operate out of. But it's our industry's changing a lot now. All of this consolidation, it's all run by big corporations. Most of them are foreign. I mean, Swisher at least is an American company, but I mean, Altadis, that's a Chinese company now. I don't know if you guys know that, but that's China. That's who owns Altadis. Romeo and Julieta, Monte Cristo, both the Cuban side and the American side. That's the Chinese investor group. STG, those are Europeans. Davidoff are Europeans. And I don't mean it in a way to be derogatory, but what it is you now have suits in charge of these businesses. You don't have cigar tobacco people in charge of these businesses. Yeah. So it's really changed the game a lot, because even back in the day when General was big General Cigar Company, you still had it owned by the Colemans. There was still a family connection. Altadis, Theo Foltz was a president, but he was a cigar door-to-door salesman for Bayuk. and he worked his way up in the company to become president of the company. That doesn't exist anymore. All the people that get these jobs now are people that are professional C-suite executives. You know what I mean? And they don't care whether they're in tobacco or digital publishing or alcohol or,
they just want the, money.
whatever. They're just going on to their next CFO, CTFO on the train, hoping to eventually be CEO to get their parachute to then, to balance out. So our industry has changed an awful lot. And I don't mean that in a way to talk derogatory about their cigars, because if you like their cigars, there is somebody at the tobacco level and at the factory level that really knows what the fuck is going on. So if you find those products enjoyable and appealing, there's no reason for you not to buy them. But the people that really run the companies now, they are all pretty much MBA grad types. That's who they all are.
Yeah, I understand that. That could, oh man, that takes some deep thought. But I wanted to, Leo, I see your hand up. Leo Brown, he's out of California.
Rockstar, let me ask my question because Saka, I didn't know that you were out of the Hoya factory.
Yeah.
And I know that factory has the deepest, richest tradition.
Yeah, they're the oldest factory in Nicaragua.
Yes, sir. And I wanted to know Juan. I love Juan. Do you have a good relationship with Juan?
I have a wonderful relationship with the whole family. I mean, it was a relatively new relationship. Like, I had a cursory relationship with them, but when I was at Drew Estate, I was the one that negotiated the distribution deal where Drew Estate would become the sole importer and seller of Hoya to Nicaragua. So that was back in 2007-ish. And so I ended up forming a really close personal relationship with them. And look, this is going to sound weird, but factories actually don't matter.
Whoa.
You can make cigars anywhere.
Okay.
You just look, the materials are really the most relevant part. The factory is the place where they take good tobacco to die, okay? Where they just fuck it up. So really what a factory is about standards and practices and methodology and consistency and organization and actually caring about what you're doing. And that's something that Hoya really excels at. It's a very well, and look, it's become much better. And you saw it improving dramatically from the point that we started the relationship with Drew Estate to the point that it is now. And I genuinely believe they're producing some of the best cigars from a construction consistency point of view. They also, though, on their downside, they happen to be one of the most expensive factories. One of the reasons why they're so costly is because they're a bit more liberal with their employees because they're Nicaraguan owned. And therefore, they're employing their own people. And as a result, they tend to treat their people a little better, not just in relationship wise, but also with their Cordovas, dollars.
No, that's great. I think that's great, though. That's what, I mean, you hear a lot of, or maybe you don't hear a lot of horror stories when it comes to, factories and maybe, third world countries of the conditions and the standards. And
well, I mean, look, we're primarily, most of the Nicaraguan factories are still owned and operated by Cubans. And I mean, you want to get into, there's no more racist culture than Latinos. Okay. They divide people up by light brown and dark brown. They divide people up by socioeconomic class. They divide people up by who your father was and what your last name is. It's crazy. Okay. So you ask anybody that's Latin, it's like, if, Guatemalans are better than Nicaraguans. You ask a Nicaraguan, Nicaraguans are better than Hondurans. Cubans are better than everybody else. But the only thing they seem to universally agree on is that, regretfully, Haitians are at the bottom of everybody's list. Of course, except the Haitians, if you ask them. They're, you know what I mean? It's a really weird dynamic.
Yeah, I understand that.
Rockstar, I knew having Steve on here was going to be controversial. Yeah, baby. It's a good time roll. Let's go.
It's the reality of it. It's true even within the country. So, like, if you're in Nicaragua and you're with the Nicaraguan swells and you hear about how they talk about the rest of their fellow Nicaraguans, if you're not in the right socioeconomic class, you're a peasant. That's just kind of the way it is. And it's actually, it's quite shocking the first time you hear it, because being an American, you're so not used to it. For it to be so blatant and so upfront and just so acceptable in the common discord, they are really like probably I don't know because I wasn't around then. But I would have to imagine probably there's probably 60, 70 years behind us when it comes to the way they think about this topic.
That makes sense. That makes sense for sure. So as I let this leave me the hell alone. Let me light this one up. I want to open the floor. I see you, Kenneth, but Leo had his hand up for a minute. Leo, he's out of West Coast, Barrels and Leaves. I got a lot of my podcast intuition from Leo. What's going on, Leo, bro? How you doing, man?
Man, I think you're giving me way too much credit on this one. I appreciate it, though. Hey, it's always good to see Steve, man.
Awesome
Steve,
to
what's
see
going
you,
on, man?
Leo. How you doing, my friend?
I'm all right, brother. I'm all right. So I'm really going to put out a real question. Not saying that everybody else doesn't have a real question, but I'm putting out a question here that that's been on my mind. You and I have talked a little bit from time to time. So I would like to dig back into the Steve Saka mind. If you had to start so what I'm doing is going back to your earlier statement is that, there's been small brands that haven't been around, maybe 3 years ago that we can't name. Right. So what would Steve Saka do if he had to do it all over again as a small brand? What would you do different than what you did the first time? And what would you do to propel your company further in the position that we are today?
And this is going to sound so arrogant.
Not from you.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Honestly, I'm exactly on pace with where I wanted to be. I'm really look. Are we perfect? We're not perfect. Are there things that could be improved? Always. But I'm pretty satisfied with what we're doing. I think maybe I wish I had been a little bit less risk adverse. Look, that FDA thing, I'm still choking on that pill. I mean, there's still no guarantee. We haven't been talking about it much for the last year and a half since that court decision, but this shit hasn't gone away. Mm-hmm. It's just it's kind of really like in this little sleeping position because they kicked it to the National Institute of Science to do a study. Okay. And that study is due in Q2 of next year. Now, what I'm hoping it works like everything government and they end up needing another 2 or 3 years before they figure it out. That's what I'm hoping. But so I've always been really conservative in the fact that I've let the growth be organic. I've never, ever, I put a certain amount of investment into the company out of my own pocket. I've never added a dollar to it. The company's been living on its own cash flow since the very first year. If I was a bit more aggressive, I actually think the company would probably be doing twice as much as we currently are doing. So I think if there's anything that I could say would be a regret is maybe I should have pushed a little harder. Look, I can't push harder for me personally. I'm maxed out, but I could have hired more people. You know what I mean? And that's something. Look, there's so many things that we aren't doing. We're not really marketing. We're not really selling yet. We're not really doing any programming. And that's a technical word for when you do projects with the big box guys. I mean, you really map out how your sales are going to be and how they're going to be for the year. And you plan a whole 12 to 18 months in advance. That's something that's very common in our industry. Once you get to a certain size, all the sales that we get through the big box guys, they're just organic sales. We haven't done anything to really push them along in any way. And if I started getting into all of those type of things, the company would be much bigger, which would then mean that my people would even be earning more money than they're earning now. So in some way, I'm kind of depriving them by me being too conservative sometimes. I mean, look, they get paid better than probably if they worked anywhere else, except for one guy. Dave Lafferty still does not earn what he deserves. Dave Lafferty is still underpaid.
Is Dave your partner?
No, Dave is my vice president of sales.
Yeah, I saw him CC'd a lot,
he worked for me at Drew Estate. He was originally a door-to-door guy, And then he became the East Coast manager of all the door-to-door guys. And then he became the national sales director at Drew Estate, and he handled all the big box accounts. And then he chose to leave Drew Estate, and he ended up going and becoming vice president of Nat Sherman. And then at one point he called me up and he said, "Hey, I'm thinking about doing something different, and I'd love to come and work with you again." I was like, "Dave, I'd love to have you, but I can't afford you."
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I mean, just you're a guy that earns, but there aren't very many people in our business that earn six figures. And there's even fewer people that earn 200K a year. I mean, like, it's really super rare. And Dave is one of those guys that justifiably deserves that kind of cash.
Wow.
He's worth it. And, but I can't pay him that kind of cash. So he kind of gave me a really severe friends and family kind of discount with the promise that I would make him whole when the time comes. And we've been moving him up, and he's making good money now, but he's still, in my opinion, he's underutilized and he's underpaid. And if I was more aggressive, it would have meant that he would have gotten to where he should be quicker. So if I had any regret, it would be that in some way I'm probably holding some of my own people back with my own conservatism. But I'm always worried that, I don't know what the FDA is going to do. And I'm too old to bet the farm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There aren't you get to a certain point in life where it doesn't become about what you make. It kind of becomes about what you keep. And I'm kind of in the I got to make sure I keep what I keep, because you'd hate to think that you spent the last 30 years grinding and then you're going to like piss it all away, before you actually retire. So
I definitely understand that. Well, I'm sure Dave will get his due. I'm sure it will. Messing with Steve, I'm sure he'll give it his due. But I want to. Kenneth, he's been waiting for a while. Kenneth Blue, how you doing, sir? Where you from?
I'm from South Carolina. I've hung out with Steve a couple times. He knows who I am.
I do.
My question is concerning the Paladin de Saka.
Yeah.
So this is a new release, a new blend in the Sin Compromiso line. Knowing Sin Compromiso is the flagship of the company and whatnot.
Right.
What makes this blend what it is? And
just a simple thing.
Well,
3 things. Go ahead. Finish your question before I answer.
what puts the price tag on it?
All right.
I'm curious. I'm buying.
Yeah, no.
No matter
I'll
what.
tell you what puts the price tag on. You're not going to like the answer. So it's like with a lot of things that I make them, and then look, you're in the blending process, you're making them, you get to the point that you're satisfied, you really like it. It's not the same as having the cigars in your humidor for a year and then going back and revisiting them. So oftentimes when I make a blend and I've had it out on the shelf for a year, 2 years, I go, man, I kind of wish I had done this with it. And I'll do a little tweak, a minor adjustment to it that I think just kind of steps it up. So like in Sober Mesa, the Short Churchill and the Elegante and Cedro is a slightly different blend. And Todos Las Dias, the thick Lonsdale, is a slightly different blend than the other Todos Las Diases. I mean, the Tricky Traca, slightly different blend, turned into a whole new product line, the Tricky Traca. But it's an adjustment. But that's a little bit different because that's really, Tricky Traca is not as closely related to Mi Querida in the same way as these other ones are. But it's the same with Sin Compromiso. I thought Sin Compromiso was perfect. But after smoking it for a year and a half, once it was on the shelf, I kind of just wish it had just a little bit more octane, just a kick more flavor, a kick more heaviness. Not a lot, because look, Sin's supposed to be smooth. That was the goal behind Sin. It was supposed to be a medium-bodied cigar from jump. That was always the intent behind it. It's exactly that, and it sells really well. But for me personally, I just wish I had just a little bit more. So I ended up basically, I had this pilot crop program that I was doing with a Nicaraguan farmer. that I had no purpose for that tobacco. So it's only being grown exclusively for this one little extra ingredient in Paladin de Saka. So I'm paying crazy money to have this one little minor little tweak to go into Paladin de Saka. Okay. The other thing too is, and this is one of the parts that you're not going to like, is I needed to have a little bit of separation price point wise, because I can't make a lot of Paladin de Sakas. It's really limited. Okay. So if I made the cigar legitimately a $23, $24 cigar, it wasn't enough gap. I would just sell out of them way too quickly. And then it wouldn't serve the purpose of being a halo product for Sin Compromiso. So I decided to bump it up another $4 or $5 because I don't actually care about how many Paladin de Sakas I sell. And the Paladin de Saka is meant to be there as something that's special occasion, really unique. And I have to look at what the other people are doing in the marketplace. Where's a Padron 40th? Where's one of the unique Opus X's? Where, look, Davidoff's, their unique cigars are $40, right? So I'm actually still below their price point. That's where I actually
But you wouldn't put the Paladin de Saka in the same category as Unicorn, where you urge consumers not to purchase it. This is a bad decision.
Correct. Look, Unicorn's a foolish purchase. I mean, they've always been a foolish purchase. Paladin de Saka, I think that it holds its own with any cigar in the marketplace, regardless of price. And I think that it's not going to get a lot of people to smoke it. I know that. It's not a regular cigar. It's meant to be an extra special occasion kind of smoke. Yeah. That's what it's meant to be. And I mean, I don't know if you saw that crazy rating I got today on it.
I did. That's why I asked the question.
Is that a crazy fucking number? I was like, even I was shocked when I got to the bottom of that and I saw that number. I mean,
yeah, I read the review and it blew my mind. I was like, oh my God, 100? I was like, I can't wait till this hits the market. And you're saying February 2022-ish?
Yeah, look, so here's the thing. I was supposed to ship it this year. I've been having nothing but problems with the box makers. The box makers keep delivering me bad boxes. I probably could have forced it to ship this year, but what's the point of shipping it this year when I'd rather it just be right? And I already know that I'm not going to sell a ton of it. So, nobody remembers when something is released. All that anyone ever remembers is whether it was good or whether it sucked. You know what I mean?
Right.
So the fact that I missed my target, yeah, that kind of blows, but I want it to be 100% right. And the other thing that makes Paladins more expensive is they're aged a full year. So, and the other thing that makes them more expensive is I'm taking already the tobaccos that we have creamed to make Sin Compromiso. Creaming is just a word for, skimming off the top, taking the very best of the tobacco to make Sin Compromiso. Well, I creamed the cream to make Paladin de Saka. And in the creaming is much like the Unicorn. I have to be intimately involved in the time it takes to do that creaming process. And the truth is, my personal time is worth more than the average person in Desperillo. You know what I mean?
I completely understand
about it, but that's the reality of it. If I'm spending an entire week just sorting leaf and not doing something else so that we can make Paladin de Sakas, well, that somehow has to be paid for too, when I could have taken that full week of time and put it into something else to make more of whatever, whether it be Stillwell or more Brulee or whatnot. But it's, is it worth the money? I don't know. I mean, that's a hard one. I mean, I think it's a world-class cigar. I have a lot of really great cigars, but I have certain cigars that I think are world-class, that are like really like special.
And which ones are those? What would you say is your special world-class?
Okay, so, and this isn't actually based on price. This is actually cigars that I think are really special. I think the Sober Mesa Elegante and Cedro is really a special cigar. I think the regular sober Mesa Cervantes Fino is a special cigar. In the Brulee line, the Brulee Blue is a really special cigar. In Muestra, I think the Nakatamale is a special cigar. In Mi Querida, I think that the Gordita, the 4x48 is a really special cigar. I think in Tricky Traca, the number 648 is a really special cigar. In Sin Compromiso, the number 5 I thought was really special, but the Paladin is way more special. The Paladin is really, it's a cut above. But you're getting into these differences that are going to depend on the individual person that smokes them and what they get out of it. So I'm just choosing these as the special ones. In Todos Las Dias, it's the Thick Lonsdale. The Thick Lonsdale is genuinely a special cigar. It's going to be relative to the individual smoker, but I'm just using my own taste buds and my own experience. And look, I've smoked over 100,000 cigars in my life. I smoke 10 cigars a day. I've been smoking 10 cigars a day for nearly 3 decades. It's a long time. It's a lot of cigars, and I'm pretty jaded. I really am.
Yeah, understood. So I want to keep going through these questions. There's people.
And even with my own stuff, I get really jaded. Like, I got to tell you right now, I'm sick of Stillwell Star personally.
The soft phone here where it pops something.
So many Stillwell Stars.
So they can see how long the
last
conversation
year and a
has been
half.
gone on. They can mute themselves and they can close the call. But that's sort of the idea, is that they can see all the calls that the AI is dealing with right now.
Hey, Duncan, how you doing, man?
The text of the conversation, and when they tap the join button,
I think
Mute Duncan. He doesn't know that he's on.
Yeah. Duncan, I don't think Duncan knows.
To his customer.
The customer at the end of
We're
the
gonna
line.
mute him. We're gonna mute Duncan real quick. Duncan, thanks for the input.
And that's how the AI works. That's how the AI works. In case anybody else knew, the AI works that way. Hey, Steve,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but let me. There's a list of questions, list of hands up.
Go for it.
Back to you, say cool, real quick. But hey, James Sargent, bro, how you doing, man? Where you from?
Hey, what's going on, fellas, man? Great podcast.
Whoa, how you
What's
doing,
up,
my
Steve?
friend? Long time no see.
My man. I'm coming in from Baltimore, Maryland, man. Burnt Leaf Cigars. And Steve, it's great to see you as always, man. Shout out to the whole Dumbarton family. Your wife,
Dude, you're looking like super trim. Are they feeding you down there?
Dude, they're feeding me, man, but I'm just watching and I'm trying to eat the good stuff. You know what I mean?
Oh, you look good, brother.
Thanks, man. Thanks. First of all, Steve, man, it's good to see you, bro. And my question was around, as I just purchased a couple of boxes of these, and I'm smoking it now. This is the JR 50th anniversary smoke that Steve has done for JR. And I hadn't had a chance to research it, man. Tell me the blend.
Yeah, so there's people often ask me, if you could only smoke one cigar, what cigar you would smoke. And you think I would say the $100 Unicorn or my $30 Paladin de Saka or my $18 whatever. But honestly, if I only had to choose one, it's the one I'm smoking now, which is Mi Querida Blue. Okay, it's like what, $12, $13? I don't even know what it costs. It's just, there's something about this profile that has been in my daily rotation for the last 30 years. Look, I go through phases. I went through my Cuban phase. I went through my mild Davidoff and Avo phase. I go through my blow my head off, double Lajero phase. I've gone through these cycles, but the only thing that I have universally always come back to is this medium full Connecticut broadleaf, earthy, inherently sweet, some spice, but not overwhelming spice. This is my wheelhouse. And I used to, in the 80s and the early 90s, one of my favorite makers was a maker called a factory called Villazon out of northern Honduras, La Cofradía, Honduras. And that factory was owned by the legendary Frankie Anesa. And the master maker that was in the factory day in, day out was a man named Estela Padron. Estela Padron is the brother of the famous Jose Orlando Padron Sr. that everybody knows as Padron. They used to both be at Padron Cigars as partners, but regretfully as brothers, they got into a tiff, and the one Padron brother went the one way, the other Padron brother went the other way. But what this Villazon factory did is they made really economical broadleaf cigars. And when I was young, that's all I could afford. And for whatever reason, that flavor profile has always stuck with me. So when I got to Drew Estate, Liga Privada was a recreation of the style cigars that Frank and Estella used to make in the late 80s, early 90s, before they got bought out by General. But the difference was we just did it better. We more attention to materials, better quality control, more attention to construction, just all the way around. We just basically took the style cigar that Frank and Estella used to make, and we just said, okay, let's just take this up a level and do it better than what they did. And so that's why Liga Privada for me was my daily cigar when it was at Drew Estate. The Para El Jefe, for the boss, I was the boss. That's what the Para El Jefe means. So when I left Drew Estate, I still need this cigar. It's the cigar that I need. So Mi Querida is a reproduction of that style of cigar that was a reproduction of the cigar that Frank and Estella used to make. Now, the blend is not the same between Liga Privada and Mi Querida, but the experience is very similar. It's medium low, it's earthy, it has a Connecticut broadleaf, it has a bit of spice, but not an overwhelming amount of spice. It's heavy on the palate. It also has a little bit of roughness that's kind of, it's kind of like that girl that you can give a little slap to, and it's good. You know what I mean? Just a little bit to it. And
it almost reminds me of a T52 a little bit.
So when JR asked me to make a 50th anniversary, look, JR used to buy a lot of cigars from Villazon, because that's where JR Ultimates came from. That's where El Rey de Mundos came from. And there was a guy at the company, Ed McVeigh, who was the lead buyer, and he only smoked 7 1/4 by 54 JR Ultimate number ones, or El Rey de Mundo Robusto Supremas is what I think they were. So I was already working on a version that included Honduran tobacco for a future release of Mi Querida, because you notice it has a Mi Querida band on it, Sarge, but it's black and it's pewter. So I'd already bought the bands knowing that this was going to be a future project, and it just seemed like a good opportunity to use the blend as a JR 50th, since that blend was kind of based on the cigars that I used to buy from them in the late earlies and 90s. And that's what the JR 50th is it's a tweak on the Mi Querida with Honduran tobacco in it. But that Honduran tobacco hasn't been grown. That Honduran tobacco that's in that cigar was a small test crop that we had done the previous year. So this year now is the first real crop of that Honduran that's going in. So I think that cigar, if everything goes as planned, will either be a very late 2022 release or probably a 2023 release. And I don't have a name for it right now. I'm calling it Mi Querida Black because the band is black. I may just leave it as black, to be honest with you. I don't know. But it's just another progression, I think.
Steve, I'm telling you guys, if you get an opportunity, and I just got this from JR last Thursday.
They're sold out.
Are they?
Yeah, they sold all of them. They're gone.
Goodness.
They have some in their sampler boxes, but you got to buy the other 11 JR 50th anniversaries to get one of those. And I haven't smoked the other 11 or 12, so I can't tell you whether they're good or bad. But yeah, they're sold out.
I'll put the rest up. I'm put them up for a while, man.
I hear you, Sarge. I hear you, Sarge. That's dope. So next week, let's move to Thor. Thor had his hand up for a while. He's also been killing the chat with debut, which I think at Hawaii. So go ahead, Thor. Hey, debut you next, brother.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, bro? Where you from, man?
So I'm right outside of Louisville, Kentucky. I think Steve knows me a little bit.
Regretfully, I do.
So you want a serious question or a funny question, Steve?
Whatever you want, brother.
Let's get both. Let's get both. Let's go serious.
Oh,
first.
all right.
Serious first and then go funny. Let's get both.
So serious question here. Stillwell, is it doing as well as you thought it would do?
Well, here's the thing. It's impossible to tell because I'm in the new phase, right? So it's sold incredibly well. I will admit, I am impressed by the amount of reorders that I've gotten, even though it's only been in the market for like 4 weeks. The reorders are really super heavy on it. So that's a good sign. But I'm like this with all the brands. They really need to be in the marketplace for a year or so before I get some sort of sense. And because of the way the brand is structured with the 4 independent ligas, it kind of forces a consumer to try all 4. I mean, even if you hate the aromatic number 1, it doesn't preclude you from trying the Navy 1056. So it's a really weird brand introduction because when you normally do a brand, it's one blend and consumers buy the size they like to smoke. They buy a Toro, they buy a Robusto, they buy a Corona, and they decide whether they like it or they don't like it. But they basically buy one cigar, right? Maybe 2. With this one, you're kind of forced to buy 4. So right out of the gate, you're like almost automatically, doubling to quadrupling the initial sales by there being 4 distinctly different ones. And so it's really hard to tell.
Was that on purpose? Was that a marketing?
Yeah, no, it was not. Well, part of it's on purpose because it was one of the things I wanted to do is I wanted to look, conventional wisdom is that aromatic number 1 will be the big seller. The sweeter one that smells like you're smoking a chocolate brownie, that's going to be the one that conventional wisdom says is good.
That sounds delicious to me.
But I didn't want to just do that. I wanted to give that type of pipe experience. I want to give the cigar consumer a taste of what an English blend is like and what a Vapor Bayou blend is like and what a Navy style blend is like. Because these are 4 like really basic cornerstones of styles of pipe tobacco that pipe consumers smoke. And I wanted to give the cigar consumer some exposure to those things, not knowing whether they'll like them or not like them. But I wanted it to be distinct enough that it didn't feel like I was just getting the same thing with 4 different bands on it. I wanted it to be really distinct that, oh, wow.
Yeah.
And I think that I have to be honest with you. I mean, this is the problem. Most people will not tell you to your face when something sucks because they're just too polite.
I will.
You will, but and look, but the internet is very unkind. Okay. And I'm actually surprised at the initial reception on it. It's been way more positive than I thought it would be, to be honest with you. I mean, there are people that flat out said that isn't for me, and I expect that. But there have been more people that have been positive about it than I ever expected they would be. But again, it's just so new and it's so fresh, and it's impossible to tell at this point.
Yeah, I hear you. So see, it sounds like you're saying you didn't know if it would sell good, whatever, but yet you still produced it and came out with it. Was it just like, hey, this is what I like, I'm going to do it, and F everybody that didn't like it? Like,
I don't have any lines that I want to get rid of. Yeah. So if you're going to put something new out there, it has to actually be something that's worth for a retailer to put on their shelf and not take something away, right? Because that's normally what ends up happening when you release something new. Like, yeah, we're happy to stock your new product, Saka, but what do you want us to take off the shelf to put it there?
Steve, this is also a passion of yours. I mean, talk about your,
it is.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, that's great, Thor. Yeah, for sure.
Which is, part of it too. It's like, this is something that I have been doing for a long time, nearly 2 decades for myself, because I am a pipe smoker, but look, pipe smoking is a lot of work. You gotta have the right pipe. You gotta look how wet the tobacco is. The moisture of tobacco matters, but it's not the same. It's not like with cigars that you find the right humidity and it works for most of your cigars. with pipe tobacco, some pipe tobaccos need to be moister, others needs to be drier. And that's really determined by feel. You learn that by touching it and smoking it. Bowl size matters, bowl shape matters, drill hole size matters, chamber depth matters, cut of the tobacco matters, how you pack the pipe matters. Pipe smoking is really a pain in the ass.
Yes, it is. I'm glad you're saying that because it's so much work. It
is.
Yeah,
and it takes so long to become proficient at it.
Yeah.
Most people, they want to pipe smoke. They try to smoke a pipe, but they give it up very quickly because all they end up doing is they can't keep it lit and they burn the living daylights out of their mouth and it becomes an unenjoyable experience and they go on their merry way. By taking those pipe tobaccos and integrating them into the cigar, it makes it kind of like pipe smoking on training wheels. Okay. Now, is it a replacement for a pipe? In no way is it whatsoever. If you're a hardcore pipe smoker, this is not going to replace your pipe. It just simply is not. But what I hope is for the hardcore experienced pipe smoker that when they smoke one of these cigars, they go, oh yeah, that is a Navy. Oh yeah, that is an English. Oh yeah, I detect this. I call it Bayou because what pipe smokers call it, they call it a vapor, which is a Virginia Perique blend. Mm-hmm. The problem is vapor has a much different meaning to cigar smokers. So I decided to call it Bayou because of the Perique aspect, which is a key ingredient in all vapors. But I want the pipe smoker to go, yeah, I get that. I get that when I smoke the Bayou, I get the citrus and the zest that I get from the Virginias. I get the creaminess that I get from the Stove Red. Oh yeah, I get the Perique. I get the little bit of umami that's going on there. I get the little bit of figgy aroma. I get that kind of meaty kind of sensation. And the other thing with the Perique is I want them to get because when you smoke a vapors start very mild typically, but the Perique, as it warms and heats up and the more you smoke it, the Perique becomes really spicy in the end. So I wanted the Bayou cigar to give the same experience that if you were smoking a bowl of Virginia Perique, that they would get that experience on the cigar. Now, is that an experience that a cigar smoker wants? I don't know the answer to that question. I won't know the answer to that question for another year or two, but I tried to mimic those things and to give that experience to the cigar smoker and in a format that's easy to smoke because smoking a pipe isn't easy to smoke unless you're good at it.
Hey, Steve, you're a nerd, man. Steve, you're
no,
a nerd,
wait. No, wait. So I was literally about
man.
to ask you, Steve, like literally, I was at a dinner earlier tonight in Dallas, Texas, and they were talking about their IQ scores. I was going to ask you, did you know what your IQ score was? Because we all think it's above average at this point.
You want me to tell you what my IQ score is? Because you're not going to believe me if I tell you.
Let's hear it. Let's go. Let's hear it.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Depending on the test, it typically ranges between 148 and 154.
Get out of here.
We've talked about this.
Are you ready? You ready? What I just discovered this evening, the average IQ score is between 85 and 115. So, sir, you operate minimally.
There's a lot of dumb motherfuckers on this planet.
It's supposed to be 100 plus your age, yeah.
You know what's sad? Well, I have this IQ score.
I just read it. It's 85 to 115. I just read it.
But at the same time, I'm a terrible underachiever in so many things. So IQ score does not necessarily measure out. You know, it's kind of like an athlete. Think about an athlete. Would you rather have a guy that's amazingly gifted athletically, or would you rather have a guy that hustles? That guy that hustles and grinds, that guy, he's the one that actually wins the end. So I don't know that a high IQ.
I agree. Definitely agree. So
cheers to all the hustlers. Cheers to all the hustlers.
Toast to that. Hey, so Thor, I know you was rolling with the questions, bro. I think you had that was a serious question. Let's see the funny question.
Oh, so we want the funny question. All right. Yeah, Steve, you notice I shaved my beard off a little bit. I started going for the Steve Saka look here.
For the record, I didn't notice, but okay.
I just got dye it white now, I guess. So I've been talking to brother Chris here. He says if I fly you out to Hawaii, he'll marry us. Are you down for that?
No, I'm not.
So Steve, let's talk about this elite fan base you got. So I know the Butte, yourself, man, introduction. They've been talking about you all night. What's up with the Sasquatch Saka world? What came about with that? What's up with the Sasquatch version?
Yeah, so like all the guys that are really familiar with me have heard this story 100 times, but it's really simple. So when I worked at JR Cigar, because Lou didn't like to travel to all the shitty third world countries, I was normally out of country. But typically there would be periods where I'd be in the States. So I would go down to the corporate. I never moved to New Jersey because they have really bad taxes and terrible gun laws. And so I always kept my residency in New Hampshire, but I would drive to New Jersey. I'd show up Monday afternoon and I would hang out till Friday. I had a corporate condo there. And then I would drive back to New Hampshire on Friday from Whippany, New Jersey. Depending on traffic, that's a 5-hour ride to an 8-hour ride. So look, I can't drive without smoking. It's like a seatbelt. If I'm in the car, I'm smoking. That's just the way it is. Yes. And I got in the truck and I was smoking a cigar, and I realized about 40 minutes in that I forgot my cigars on the desk and I had no cigars in the truck. And that shit just isn't going to fly. There was no way I was driving another 5 hours without a cigar. I'd go crazy. And so I did what everybody does. I wasn't Google, it was probably Alta Vista at the time, right? Some sort of whatever. And I found a local cigar store, and I was going to pop in and pick up 3, 4, 5 cigars to get me through my trip. And when I walked through the door, the owner goes, "Oh my God, Steve Saka. He's in my store." It's like seeing a Sasquatch, right? And I ended up, sitting down with his regulars. There were like 3, 4 guys who were just his regulars. And I hung out and I smoked a Robusto. I was there for an hour and just chit chat and whatever. And I started making it a regular routine that whenever I went to Whippany and I started driving back north, that I would stop at this little shop in Jersey and hang out with his regulars and smoke a cigar. And they just started calling me in the shop Saka Squatch. And that's where it came from. And I didn't really think much about it. You know how nicknames work. You don't get to pick your own nicknames.
No, you don't. Yeah.
It was something I never publicized or anything. Fast forward 20 odd years. I have a good friend, Jerry Smith. Jerry Smith, what he does for a living is he gets cheap shit made in China. That's his whole gig. And he was doing all the bobbleheads for Major League Baseball and the NFL and the NBA, right? He was the primary supplier for all these bobbleheads. And one day he calls me and he says, "Hey, Steve." Well, I said, "Saka. Hey, Saka, can you send me a picture of your head? I need a picture straight on. I need a picture from the side. I need a picture 3/4." I'm like, "Why?" And he goes, No. It's for something special." I'm like, "Well, what do you need these pictures for?" No, it's something special. Trust me. Like, "I'm not trusting you, Jerry. I'm not taking these damn pictures." It's like, why do you got to be a dick about everything, Sock? I'm trying to give you a gift. I'm like, "Well, what the fuck do you need these pictures for?" "Well, I'm going to get a custom bobblehead made of you." And I'm like, "Fuck, Jerry, I don't want a bobblehead of me. My fucking head is already a bobblehead before you even begin." Right? I'm like, it's shaped like a fucking weebelo, for God's sake. A fucking bobblehead.
You said it. We didn't say it. You said
it. I don't want a fucking bobblehead. He's like, "Man, you're such an asshole. Why are you gonna be an asshole about everything? I'm trying to do something nice for you. It'll be cool. It'll be smoking a cigar. Yeah. Jerry, I don't want a fucking bobblehead." He's like, "Man," I'm like, "You know what, Jerry? Do you think they could make a cigar smoking Sasquatch?" I was like, "Yeah, I don't know why not." He says, "Send me some pictures of some Sasquatches." So I sent him some pictures of some Sasquatches, and they had some Chinese slave labor girl carve one out of clay, and they made one and they painted it. And I met him at Famous Smoke Shop because he's in Jersey, and I was at Famous for meetings. So he met me after the meetings, and he opens his little bag and he gives me one of those Saka Squatches. And it was a one-off prototype, nothing. And I looked at it and go, "Wow, this is actually really cool. This is nice." I was like genuinely like shocked at how nice it was. So sat it on the bar. We started drinking. Next thing I know, Arthur Zaretsky comes into the bar. Does anyone know who Arthur Zaretsky is?
I know who Arthur is. Yeah.
Arthur Zaretsky is the owner of
amazing.
Yeah, he's the owner of Famous.
Right. The best way to describe Arthur Zaretsky to someone that doesn't know him is imagine that you had a movie and you had to cast a curmudgeon-y old Jew. Central Casting would send you Arthur Zaretsky. That's who they send you. That's who Arthur is, right? He's like literally like out of a movie type cast. That's who Arthur is. Arthur walks by. He sees this little smoking monkey statue. He picks it up. He starts laughing. I've known Arthur for 3 decades. I have never heard Arthur laugh at anything. Okay, everything for him is doom and gloom and Holocaust, and it's like crazy. He starts like bellowing, like, this is brilliant. This is great. How can I get these? You know how many cigars we could sell if we had these to give away? Me, being me, said, well, you can't, right? It's a one-off. Jerry, being the guy that sells cheap shit from China, cuts me right off. And he takes Arthur aside and he starts negotiating a deal to make these little fucking Saka Squatch statues.
Yeah.
Jerry comes back and he says, hey, Saka, he's going to buy 500 of those. And I charge him so much, I'm going to give you 500 for free. And that's how it started. Arthur bought the first 500 from Jerry. I got the first 500 for free because he charged Arthur enough to cover them. And I just started giving away with boxes of cigars. And that's literally like 12,000 statues ago. I mean, I just ordered another. I just ordered another 3,000 of those motherfucking little things the other day. For God's sakes, I keep waiting for people to be tired of them and not want them anymore. But it seems like the more I make, the more people want. So, and I love them because they're different, they're unique, they're totally worthless, right? They don't do anything. It's like a fucking cigar smoking action figure, right?
Yeah, I don't know though, because I mean, you had the unicorn, so you know, a Sasquatch riding a unicorn, that's more rare than.
But you know what I like about it?
How do we get one?
So
what I like about it
he
is
has
how do
that
we get
on
one?
his desk.
the way you get them is you get them with a purchase of 20 cigars or more when a retailer is running a promo. So, I mean, and look, they're running promos all the time for them. I mean, JR, I think, is doing one right now. I think they make you buy $250 worth of cigars to get one.
So, Steve, if there's any contrast, like literally, I think he's on right now, Traveling Cigars. He was just with us last night. We did dinner with him last night. And he was drawing straws on which one of us was going to wear the Sasquatch costume while doing this Zoom tonight because you were here. You have no idea how this branding has taken flight.
And you notice I don't put Dunbarton on the little monkey statue. And the reason why I don't is because I'm always thinking about FDA. And once the FDA goes live, you have to cover 30% of the surface area in a warning label. So that's the reason why if you look at those little Saka Squatches, they don't say Dunbarton anywhere on them. And I don't have a product called Saka Squatch, okay? Because I want to leave them nice and clean and pristine so I can keep doing them even if the FDA puts in their rules, because you can't put if anything that has a cigar brand or a cigar company on it, you got to cover 30% of it in a warning label. So I look, what I love about them is, yes, they're worthless, but they're not any more worthless than the crappy Chinese hats we get and all the cutters we all throw in a drawer that never use because they aren't sharp enough, or the lighter they give us for free that works for about 2 weeks. You know what I mean? That cheap Chinese knife that they give you, none of that shit is any good. This is equally not as good, but it's cool, it's unique, and it's actually quite photogenic. And also, to be honest with you, it's a little bit aspirational. Not only do I wish I had its body, I also wish I had its hair. The only thing I don't like is that the Saka Squatch statue doesn't have a dick. So that part I don't actually like, okay? But
pause. We have at least 97% males. Pause. But what I will say, market again, quality. You are appreciating the qualities.
Even that Chinese monkey Sasquatch, those things cost me about $7 a piece, actual out of pocket. And that's really about $3 too much. Most of the stuff that you guys get is freebie goods when you go to a cigar event. Most of that stuff has to be $4 or under. The only exception to that right now is the stuff that Drew Estate's been doing, because what Drew Estate did is they took their marketing budget that they were using for the trade show, and because they're not using the trade show, they have repurposed it into their swag. So you're actually getting swag that's worth a lot more.
I can tell.
Yeah. I mean, I can't even come close to competing with that at all. I got the same problem. I use these, I get these handmade mugs made by Deneen, and I love the mugs. They're super high quality, but those suckers cost me like $12 a piece. And honestly, when you buy a box of cigars, I don't make $12. I mean, it's just the money is not there. I mean, the average net profit I make on the wholesale price is about 7%. So take whatever you're paying at the retailer, back out the taxes to begin with, because I don't make any money on the taxes, and cut the price in half, and then just do the simple math, 7%. So if I got paid $100 for the box of cigars, I'm making about $7 profit. So when I give away a Saka Squatch that's costing me about $7, I'm actually making zero profit on that sale.
I hear you. Wow, that's
But what I get is I get a lot of Instagram photos, and I get a lot of Facebook photos because it's unique and it's different. People take a lot of pictures of it. So I get all that marketing. I could give Cigar Aficionado $22,000 for a crappy page that you're going to flip over and not even see, or I can spend my money on little, resin smoking Saka Squatches. So,
which might take you further, for real. So, Chris, I think it's Chris Dubuque. He said he saw one on eBay for $500. Chris, what's up, bro? You've been in the chat all night, man. How you doing? Where you from?
I've seen them go on eBay for between $200 and $500.
Yeah, that's what Chris said. Chris, unmute yourself, man. If you want to, of course, we're almost with Steve Saka. I'm putting this on Rockstar TV. If you don't feel like unmuting yourself or being on camera or being on the internet, please don't. But I see you got a super fan in here, Steve. Chris has been in the chat heavy. What's going on, Chris?
Hello, brothers. Hello, Steve. What's up, bro?
Hey, I know that guy.
Where is it? Hold on a second. I'll be right back. It's right here.
What?
What's up, man? How's the islands treating you? How's Hawaii treating you, brother?
Hawaii's good. We just had a bad rains the last 2-3 days, flash flooding, and everybody asked. And then we had a blizzard on Mauna Kea, and the volcano is erupting. 72 miles away, the volcano is still erupting.
Wait, hold on. Let me get this clear. You just said a blizzard in Hawaii.
Yes, on the Big Island. Okay, on the Big Island of Mauna Kea, that's where we have the observatory.
Yeah. Okay, I see that.
2 days ago.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Chris, understand, blizzard means snow.
No, brother. Never get up your nose now. Snow.
Hey, Steve, I saw you.
This is a shout out to my man Chris, because he gave me this as a Christmas gift, and I want to say thank you very much.
Nice.
That's classic. That's classic right there. Thank you, Steve.
This is from a video that this is part of what I love. I have so many supporters that go out of their way to do things, like Chris participated in a video for our U-boat release. And this is out of that U-boat video that he did. And he made this volleyball as part of the video. And you have to watch the video for it to make sense. But, I have so many consumers. They make hats, they make shirts, they make all sorts of stuff on their own. And, you can't help but be humbled by that kind of stuff when somebody goes out of their way to spend their own hard-earned cash, because I don't have any Dunbarton hats. They make their own Dunbarton hat. And it's part of what makes it really rewarding. I am genuinely humbled and thankful for it, because that is not normally something that, even as much as you have, look, I don't like the whole cigar celebrity thing. I mean, we talk about fans, but you don't really want fans, because fans mean fanatics. And that means that they're just going to follow you blindly, like being a Detroit Lions fan, right? That's got to be hell to be a.
Hey, hold on, whoa, wait, hold on, whoa, Steve, come on, hold on.
Yeah, it's like being a Knicks fan, man. You gotta be, if you're a Knicks fan, that's just a bad existence, right? And I mean,
hold on, Steve. Let's stick with the Knicks, man. Let's stick with the Knicks. Yeah.
You're obviously a Lions fan. Dude, you gotta win, man. How about that?
Hey, we won on Sunday. We won on Sunday.
You won big time.
That's all that matters.
But
you just need one. You only need to win once.
I guess it's team too.
Hey,
I guess
go
Patriots. Ain't no pushover. So hey, that's yeah.
No, you just had to win the last one. Yeah.
I mean, for me, look,
but no, I agree. Please,
I understand I understand that when people buy my cigars, they're paying $2 to $4 more, right? I understand that. And I understand that everybody, regardless of what you do for a living, everybody works hard for their money. You can't take that away from anybody. And I do genuinely appreciate it, but I really try my utmost to not take advantage of that and try to continually earn that from them. And, you know, and one of the ways I do it, look, one of the things that's very easy for me to do right now is do like what I did with JR, make a $500 box, limited edition. They sell them instantly. In JR's case, it took them almost a week because they suck, but that's a separate story.
Oh, shit.
Come on, Steve. Come on, Steve.
Look, it's not, when I say this, it's not in their wheelhouse for JR to do that. JR serves a much larger customer base at a much lower price point. Whereas when you do a limited edition release for somebody like U-Boat for Rockies, that becomes their sole focus for a month. They market the hell out of it. They make custom videos. I got the crazy Saka face volleyball. They're doing all sorts of things to promote it. Whereas when you do something for a JR cigar, they can't dedicate that kind of time or effort or focus because that's not their core competency. It doesn't serve their primary customer base. It's a much different situation. But I do really go out of my way because I know that like Jamie bought that box blind. He had no idea whether those cigars were going to be good or bad when he bought that box from JR. So I know that it's my responsibility to try to make those cigars as good as they possibly can be in that box so that when somebody like Jamie goes out of his way and he buys something blind and he takes his hard-earned dollars and he plunks it down, not having a clue what he's buying, he's just relying on good faith that he's trusting me, that I don't break that trust. And so I put a tremendous amount of effort and time into these limiteds, and I don't look at them as easy cash. I look at them actually, every single one of them that I do, I look at as an opportunity to fail. Because it's really risky, you know, to do it and for them to be underwhelming. Underwhelming is disappointing, is what it is when someone spends their money. And I try to be very cognizant. I appreciate all of the accolades and I appreciate the faith, and I try to make sure that I don't abuse it, is what I try to do. Now, will I be flawless? I will not be flawless. I will definitely make some things that aren't going to be satisfactory. Look, it's part of handmade cigars. It ultimately is. It's a cigar. It's handcrafted. It's out of organic materials. Regardless of what you do, there will always be duds. The question is, are the duds rare or are they a regular occurrence? And when the duds are rare, most consumers will give you a pass on it, understanding that it's handmade. But honestly, even as a company, you don't have to. If you get something from us that's subpar, we pretty much have a replacement policy that's kind of a no questions asked policy until you start to abuse it. And there have been a few people that do. They realize how generous we are and they start to take advantage of it. And, you know, after the third or fourth time, we kind of say, listen, dude, our cigars suck for you. Don't buy them anymore. You obviously don't like them. They're not good.
Saka, why you got to talk about Brian Lewis like that? I mean, come on.
Very rarely does that.
No names. Don't call no names. No names.
Thor, don't go calling people out.
I'm going to
He's a
defend
good
Brian.
dude.
I'm going to defend Brian Lewis because Brian Lewis
really
smokes
did.
a lot of
He
my
got-
cigars all the time, and he normally has a really great experience. And he had a really subpar experience with something that he purchased. So why wouldn't I honor giving him replacements for what he bought that was subpar? And because I understand that no matter what you do, there will always be about 2% that's going to be less than stellar. It's just the nature of the beast.
That's a lower number than I was. I feel like.
Well, I would say the average company, it's a really well-run factory. It's about 10 points. 10% is normally kind of like the.
But here's the thing.
threshold.
Here's the thing that you do though, Saka, more than anybody else does, is you went above and beyond on that. And I know I make fun of Brian, and he's okay with it. I'm sure he is. But you went out of your way to send him some very rare cigars and things that he could not get, nor did he ask for, really.
No, he didn't ask for it. But look,
he was telling the truth about it.
But I also see that Brian has been a big supporter of the company. He speaks glowingly about the products that he smokes. He helps to spread the love. So I'll tell you something that I did at the event at Syracuse. There's a guy, his name's Christopher Cleary. Okay, he's an average cigar guy, right? He comes to this event, he's a regular Rockies customer. Chris, every single time I post anything, he shares it. Doesn't matter what it is. Like Chris Duque does that for me too. Christopher Cleary does that, right? Christopher Cleary gets no money from me. He gets the typical likes and the loves and the whatever that everybody else gets. But this guy like systematically does this. There's no incentive for him to do this. He gets no pay. He gets no extra cigars. He gets nothing. He's just doing it because he really loves the brand.
Yes.
So this week when he was at the Rockies event, I knew Chris was going to buy cigars. So I said to Buddha, listen, Christopher's money's no good. Let him pick out what he's going to buy. Let him come to the register. I don't want him to know in advance, but whatever he picks, I'm going to pick up. Now, this son of a bitch ended up buying $666 worth of fucking cigars. Okay. I had no fucking clue he was going to buy $660+ worth of cigars. But you know what? He was going to take that money out of his pocket and spend it for that. How am I not going to honor that and show
for sure
my gratitude to him?
That's awesome.
That's
awesome.
Definitely that. Definitely. So Steve, there's a lot of events going around the world. I mean, there's a lot of cigar weeks. This past weekend was Heritage Fest. Hey, I see Joey on here. Joey Bianco, what's up, sir? I saw you at Heritage.
Hey, how you doing?
For sure. So Steve, I didn't see you at Heritage, man. Are you?
No, I don't. Look, there's only so much time in a given year, and you just can't do everything. And you gotta kind of pick and choose. And for me, I've been doing this Rocky Santa Claus event forever, and for 6 years straight, actually. And look, it started off really small. It's kind of the dumbest idea ever. They're doing a dinner, an expensive dinner in the month of December. I don't know about you guys, but nobody has money in December. We're all broke, right? We're spending money like
I'm sorry,
crazy on all sorts of other
I don't
shit.
relate. Sorry.
And this event has grown to where, we get 100 people, every single year. And I got to tell you, I think it's amazing. These customers that come to this event, they bought 100 boxes in the hour, and they're paying way too much for them. And they know that because we're in a tax that has 75% OTP. So everybody that comes to the event, they're buying stuff that they know they're dramatically overpaying for. But they do it because they want to support Rockies and they want to support me at the event. And it's for all practical purposes, it's kind of a charitable.
Steve, I gotta ask you the strong question. Whatever the charity or the promotion that's attached to it, that being supported at that level as well?
No, the charity is Steve Saka and Rocky Cigars. There's no extra charity. I mean, there's not anything.
And Steve, you know what I appreciate about you, man? Hands down, period. Since we sat together at what is it? Not Tobacco Plaza. What was it in Atlanta?
I bet it was Scottish.
Scottish tobacco, right? You don't, you know what? You don't hold it, man. You literally shoot it straight as it is, and I appreciate that.
There's plenty of charitable things that we do, but that isn't one of them. I mean, I got to tell you one of the other things too. I'm like starting to think that I got to stop doing the charity stuff because I feel bad because like the last one I did was for Martha's Vineyard Community Services. Mm-hmm. These guys paid $8,000 to go on a tugboat ride with me and smoke cigars. That's just insane. I mean, I wouldn't give $25 for that shit. I mean, it's kind of.
At the end of the day, we're most definitely, as far as the experiential process goes, we do the same thing. But for me, what helps me sleep at night is where the money actually goes at the end of the day, right? And now that we're on with like a lot of like, I think I saw in the thread, it's like the 1% of the people who actually care about the development and projection of what's happening as far as cigar culture and cigar production goes, right? The biggest thing for us, right, is like just how can we steer that into making sure that 5 years, 10 years, 15 years from now, we're still able to do this?
But I think as a general rule of thumb, I find the cigar culture to be very generous. I mean,
it's not a cheap sport.
Yeah. No, it's not cheap.
Yeah.
But I mean, I find that people tend to be generous with their time and they tend to be generous with their dollars to the amount that they possibly can be. And I think it also comes back to the fact that it's socially interactive. You actually get to talk to people. And there's so few things that we do in life anymore where we actually talk to one another. We're all just digital and little Facebook interactions and all of this and that. But in the end, there is no more social group than cigar smokers. And I think that, and I think it's just something in general. I think society would be better if we had more smoke-filled back rooms. You know, I know it sounds like a bad thing.
No, I agree.
I think a lot of good comes out of when people can actually sit and talk to one another anymore. Because we all have our own preconceptions and notions and opinions, and they get expressed differently when you're actually sitting in front of someone and talking to them compared to when you're doing it via remote.
So I think before we started rolling, Steve, we mentioned the cigar is the great equalizer. I mean, it's across all platforms.
It does, and it's something. Look, things have changed a lot. Look, I probably had this conversation when we were at Scottish because Atlanta is a big example of this. But I mean, you know as well as I know, there's been a cigar boom amongst urban black smokers over the last 5 to 7 years. We had a cigar boom in the 90s, and black guys didn't join us. Okay.
Wow.
They just weren't part of it for whatever reason. I think
it was only the golfers. It was only the golfers.
Yeah, the golfers. Look, there were a few, but like even in my shop, we had Rodney. We called him the token black guy because he was like the only one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, look, I live in New England. You can't get much more white bread than where I live, but still, other than South side of Chicago, Atlanta, a few other places, there really wasn't a black cigar culture. You know what I mean? It's that's something that's really developed heavily in the last 5 to 7 years. And we didn't have black-owned shops. We didn't have shops located in primarily black neighborhoods, other than South Side Chicago.
Yep, Chicago, yep.
A few other places like that. Baltimore, they've always had, but for the most part, most of the country didn't. And now you see it all over the place. And it's kind of, and the thing that's really nice about that culture is it's extra social, because not only are the Black urban cigar smokers social, but they've also brought the women in with them. Now, I don't know if that's a byproduct of Black women just being smarter than white women and they just follow the dollars. And if the guy can light a $10 or $20 bill on fire.
Well, Steve, if I may, what happened was like within the community of the culture, right? You know, a lot of the women projection have increased as far as cigar smokers has increased by 47% between 2019 and 2020. Obviously, we have to do this research in order to produce Atlanta Cigar Week, New York Cigar Fest, all the different things we do across the country. So like, you know, we understood that a lot of these women, these VPs and these CFOs and these even CEOs, right, are now having their meetings or now following the boys club to the cigar lounge. And that's what actually increased it within the community across the Black culture.
And I'll tell you something that's weird that I don't even know if you guys realize. There have always been very serious Black women cigar smokers. Let me rephrase that. There's always been Black women that were serious cigar smokers. So even during the 80s and the 90s, there were a lot of Black women that were heavy cigar consumers, but they did not do it in stores and they did not do it publicly.
Wow.
Back deck and on their porch. So there's a lot of women that are between 50 and 65 that are actually more experienced than a lot of the new urban Black cigar smokers.
Yeah, they're like, we've been here.
See, and it's something that, look, I think social media has really reframed this, because it was just like me back in 1988 when I was the crazy cigar geek in the store and I thought I was the only one. And then when I got on the internet, I realized that there were other people as equally insane as I was about cigars. It kind of caused that tipping point for me. And I think it's the same for the women. It's kind of like when they see somebody else doing it, it then makes them feel like, okay, I can do this too. And it gives them the confidence to get off the back porch and to go into the store and to actually be interactive. And that's one of the things that I really enjoy about when I visit the Black-owned shops is how diverse the mix is between the genders at those stores. And the other thing that I really enjoy is the fact that these women, there's some that are smoking the little flavored whatever, but for the most part, most of them are just as serious a cigar smoker as any of the dudes in the shop. They're smoking the exact same cigars for the exact same reasons. And look, as a cigar maker, I like that a lot. You know what I mean? Because that now makes them part of someone that hopefully eventually they might smoke a Dunbarton Tobacco and Trust cigar too, and not a Tatiana or a CAO flavors or a whatever. And that's good. And as a result of, and here's the funny part, even though the white women didn't follow the white guys into the stores during the boom, because of the Black cigar culture, I'm now seeing more white women smoking cigars because they now feel more confident because they see the other women also coming out of the closet and smoking cigars.
I'm not even going to front with you.
It's a good thing.
We had dinner the night before last or what have you, and we were at a very prime spot in Dallas, Texas. And yes, there were the diversity was very huge within the cigar lounge portion of the restaurant, as far as cigar smokers from white females, Black females, and Black males and white males. Like it was beautiful. And now I am now fully convinced that this right here is bringing together a lot of things across like this nation. So I
agree, because again, it forces you to slow down.
Mm-hmm.
If you smoke a cigar, you got to dedicate an hour, and maybe you got to dedicate 2 hours. And that's something that in our current society, us to just look, do you remember when you were a kid, your dad and your mom, they used to have their friends over, they'd hang out, they bullshit for 3 hours every night. You know what I mean? It was so different than it is now. Now people are so attached to their phones and they're so attached to this and that.
Yeah.
Everybody is so separated by their electronics. And I'm not telling you that when we're in a cigar store, people aren't looking at their phone. Look, everyone's looking at their phone all the time now. But they're doing it together at least. And that's the thing about cigars that
No, but Steve, I really wish that you were in, if I may, I really wish you were in Tampa. We'll work out whatever we need to work out for
I'm coming to Tampa pretty soon.
But I really wish you were in Tampa because
I'm gonna do some sort of like ritzy event for Jeff.
No. This is what happened. This is what I will say, right? From the time that Rockstar and I landed in Tampa, right? We toured through Tampa, right? And a lot of people gravitated to us, and we're very thankful for that. But one thing that we did notice is that once that interaction began, the electronics ceased to exist. And I don't know exactly what it is we need to do across the board, right? From the cigar maker to the cigar enthusiast or influencer, but like exactly what you said, where there's that uninterrupted, like, come on, man, you in Atlanta, right? So like you came to Davidoff. Shout out to Benjamin Dyer, GM of Davidoff in Atlanta, right? You've been there where you walk into Davidoff and no one is on their phone.
Right.
Everyone is having a conversation. Everyone is smoking. Everyone is having a conversation. And we're figuring out what is the next thing. Not what is the next thing we're going to do, but what is the next thing just within our prospective communities of what we're doing.
It totally changes the dialogue when you can have it face to face. It just simply does. And when you realize that, like, I think most people have good intentions. And I think a lot of times it's just a lack of perspective. And that's the thing, that when you're in a cigar store and you get to interact with so many different people, it just provides you, when you're like, oh, this guy isn't a douchebag, this guy isn't a dick, this guy isn't a that, he isn't a whatever, you know. And when you have that one-on-one kind of thing, it really changes the way you view everybody across the board.
Absolutely.
And that's the reason why I think that ultimately cigars are so popular. Look, I love tobacco. I love smoking. I would do it by myself regardless. But for a lot of people, it's that social part of it that is so key. And you see it even on a sales perspective. Look at what Abe Dababneh has done with his Smoke In and his socialite group.
Oh, yeah.
Provided an environment for these people to cut up and have fun and enjoy themselves. And I mean, look, they're posting about stupid coins and popcorn peanuts and all of this nonsense, but it's nice to feel part of the group and be inclusive. And that's the thing that cigars provide, is they provide the entryway to being inclusive.
I agree.
And it's the same. I mean, so I always think about this in the boom. And, you know, I had this conversation back with my token black guy, Rodney, right? Rodney.
You no longer have a token black guy, man.
No.
You got Rockstar James.
Like I said, that's
there's no more tokens.
You know, but what I'm saying is, what I don't think that most people realize is when you first walk into a cigar store, it's a really intimidating experience. I mean, it really is. You have basically a group of crusty old dudes that are like fixtures in the shop, and they all stare at you. And then you walk into the humidor, and everything, going back to my brown and wrong comment, it all looks the same. How do you separate it out? You're really kind of a fish out of water. It's really a very uncomfortable environment. And then when you add the perspective of you're a woman, okay, and you go into that environment for the first time, or hey, you're a 24-year-old guy and you go into that environment for the first time, or 20 odd years ago when you were a black guy and you walked in that environment for the first time. It's not exactly a welcoming kind of environment for the first experience. Because I can tell you, as a white guy in 1986, when I walked into my first cigar store, it wasn't comfortable for me either. You know what I mean? It's just not. And the thing about it is, it's becoming better and better as time moves forward. It's become more welcoming. It's become more open. And as a result, I think the overall experience has been dramatically improved. And that's the reason why I think in a society that's anti-smoking, cigar smoking continues to grow, because it provides you a sense of community, which really very few things today do.
Yeah, for sure. I completely agree. So, hey, Steve, I want to keep you on here forever, man. It is what it is. So feel free. If you gotta step away. But there is a couple more questions I see.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm just drinking. What the fuck do I care?
Exactly. So that's what Whiskey Wiz is about, brother. Yeah, that's what we're having a good time. We're having conversations. I told you it's very informal. We're just smoking, we drinking, we're having a good time. On that note, though, I see my boy Rack in here. Rack from the West Coast. What's going on, brother? I see you got your hand up.
Yes, sir. How y'all brothers doing? I appreciate you tonight. Steve, Jameson, Rockstar. On the topic of that we've just been discussing, in my experience, culture, gender, and race. I think that the cigar culture eliminates gender and race. I think that every person that I've brought to the cigar lounge that I'm a member at, be it a female, one of my white brothers, one of my Hispanic brothers, one of my female sisters, they initially walk into the cigar lounge and they see an atmosphere that is relaxed. They see an atmosphere that is conducive to the lifestyle that they are currently either in or seeking. No one wants drama. No one wants funk. No one wants issues. Everyone wants to find a niche in life to where they can just relax, do their thing, and not be judged. When I go to and also as far as cigar smokers, I think cigar smokers, there's a confidence about us. There's an air about us that makes us walk into a cigar lounge, be it our first one or the first time, but we know exactly what we're there for. We know exactly what we're going to purchase is a cigar, like you said, round and brown. It doesn't matter the type of cigar, but you know that you're going in there to have a cigar. And then once you sit down and you begin to smoke your cigar, inevitably, a conversation will happen, regardless of race, gender, background, economic status, occupation. A conversation will ensue, and it will go to the leaf. I've met so many great people and good people sitting in a cigar lounge. Unfortunately, one of the few people that I met is Will Forbes at a cigar lounge, and we're going to give him a pass, but because
he's disconnected, bro. He's disconnected.
He's special. He's special. He was a little kid that ran backwards, and everybody said he was cute and everything. He ran backwards on the 440 relay, and everybody was like, "Oh, he's so cute." But we know that he's special. But to my point, I've been in countless situations. I've been in countless venues and arenas, and I haven't been in one cigar lounge that I wasn't comfortable in, or that I didn't meet someone that I have befriended and or created some kind of other relationship outside of smoking. And I think that's what people who smoke cigars in business settings, golf, is because when I go into a negotiation, everybody is tense. Everybody wants to win the negotiation. Everybody wants to be the wolf in the room, but the cigar mellows you out. The cigar allows you, like you said, Steve, now you're listening because you got 1 hour to smoke. You don't want to put your cigar out. you got 1 hour to where you just listening, smoking, enjoying the moment. And people are more relaxed. People are more conducive to listening. People are more conducive to getting whatever they need done in that particular meeting over a cigar, as opposed to, you know, drinking or a cigarette or whatever. I don't have those experiences. But I know that every negotiation that I've ever been in where a cigar is involved, or every event that I've been to where a cigar is involved, I've never had a bad time. So just in my humble experience, cigar culture eliminates race and gender. I look on this on this panel right now, this group of people on this Zoom call. Usually my man Traveling Cigars is the only white guy we have on here.
For sure.
Right?
Yeah.
But tonight, because of Steve Saka and your reputation, I see, you know, other people, and you know, and I want, we, you know, this, it's not like I see a white guy, I see another cigar smoker. I don't care what color you are. That doesn't come into play in this particular
Trust
group.
me, we know.
You know? So
There's certain universal truths. But the one thing I always tell people is one universal truth about everybody is we all want our children to have better lives. Doesn't matter who you are.
Yeah.
That is kind of like the ultimate goal, right? Is that you want to provide for the next generation to have it better than the current generation. And I think that when you start having the opportunity to talk to people that are out of your circle, you start to realize that that is the truth. And once you come to that conclusion, you start to realize that you can't really put everybody in these boxes that so much of society is trying to put us into, because you have firsthand experience that's different than what you're being told is the way it is. I don't think that most people want to hate. I don't think that most people want to discriminate. I don't think that most people want to look at one as being superior to the other. I don't believe that to be the case. And being a cigar smoker, I've learned that to be the universal truth. The other thing that, as you were saying, cigar smokers are different, because when you're a cigar smoker, you are basically a pariah to society. And that is something that we all share as a common thread.
Yeah.
And so most cigar smokers tend to be a little bit more forward. They tend to be a little bit more self-confident. They tend to be a little bit more assured in themselves as to who they are as an individual. And look, someone once asked me, what is the definition of cool? What makes someone cool? And I think that what makes someone cool is just being comfortable with who you are.
Yeah.
If you're comfortable with who you are, you are ultimately cool. That is the way it works.
Welcome to Jameson world.
Yeah, I mean, and that's something, because look, I go over the years, I've gone to a lot of trade shows for a lot of different industries, right? Because even being in the cigar business, I have to go to Pack Expo, which is a giant packaging show.
Right, yeah.
All the packaging people, right? I have to go to the National Association of Convenience Stores, NACS. I got to tell you, none of those shows hold a candle to any of the cigar trade shows.
Wow.
Because the cigar trade shows, yeah, all these shows are bigger, but the cigar trade shows, there's just something about them where everybody is on the same playing field, everyone's level, everybody has the same love. And that makes it, I think it's probably very similar to the cosplay people. Like, I'm not into cosplay. I don't know much about it.
Or Comic-Con.
But I can see that group being the same. They're there to have a good time. They're there to have fun. They're there to share the experience. And that's something that makes cigars just so uniquely different than almost any other product. I mean, we all go into stores, we all window shop, we all price compare, we all do these things, but cigar stores aren't that way. If you walk through the front door of a cigar store, you're there to buy a cigar. It's very rare you walk into a store and you walk into a humidor and you walk out without buying anything. You know what I mean? It's just such it's just so different. And in a world where everything is too fast and too hectic and too much, and we're all overwhelmed. I know we're all overwhelmed. That this gives you a respite from that. And it just harkens back to just basic human interaction. And so little of what we do today affords us that opportunity. And I really believe that that's a lot of what makes cigars unique and different. And it's really just a question of time. We have to give it time.
You know what, Steve? So you know, like I said my question earlier while I was in the other room about like solutions, right? So speaking on the things that you spoke on, and even some of the multicultural international events that you said that happens across the country that you use as an example, right? Like, so what happens when, because all of us have been faced with them at some point. Like I owned a lounge at a point in time, and several people on here have lounges or associations and things of that nature. And you know, one of our arch enemies have been FDA. So what do you think? And this is just an opinion, What do you think happens when, you know, we start inviting those auditors to these experiences? What do you think may happen?
Well, let me say this. One of the best pieces of advice I got was from Jeff Borshowitz at Corona Cigar. He's very politically active, right? He always has been. Look, Jeff is a little bit of a, I love you, Jeff. You're my friend. He's really one of my friends, but he's a little bit of a conspiracy nut sometimes.
I know Jeff too, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, what Jeff told me was we have to court both sides of the aisle. We can't focus on just the people that agree with us. We have to focus on everybody. And the best way to change their perspective is to get them to come and visit the store. So if you have a politician that wants a check, which is every politician,
yep,
make them come to the store to pick up the check. Make them spend an hour sitting in the lounge, even if they don't smoke a cigar, to hang out with the customers, to hear how they talk, to hear how they interact, to hear why they smoke cigars. And that makes a real difference. I think, you know, one of the things that I know, like if I'm sitting on a plane, you're on a plane, like so much today, we don't talk to one another, even on a plane, because we instantly put in our earbuds and we zone in on our iPads. But when you have that conversation, I say to someone, yeah, I manufacture handmade cigars in Nicaragua. That engages in a conversation with someone that has never, ever even thought about cigars. And when they hear how much time and how much effort and how many people and all of that, it kind of piques their interest.
Or maybe even someone who's never been to Nicaragua.
Right. And I think when you get to tell the story, I think that that's something that most people crave. They
agree. It brings a special ambiance, it brings something special to whenever you hear a story behind it and you smoke it.
I've always said that for Dunbarton Tobacco and Trust, our best customers are the ones that are experienced and the ones that are discerning and the ones that have had enough experience that they can tell the difference, because honestly, if you're in the beginning and you're just playing the field and you're kissing all the girls and you're trying everything, I don't know that really my products make sense for you, because I don't know that you're going to be able to appreciate the difference when you're in the beginning. Because I know that for most consumers, I know for me personally, it took me about 10 years or so before I really started to zero in on what I liked and why I liked it and what made something better than something else.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think that most new consumers, they go through that experience in the beginning where they're constantly bouncing between the brands. They're buying stuff based on what they're reading. They're buying stuff based on the packaging. And it's one of the reasons why a brand like Gurkha does so well. It's a beautifully packaged brand. Some of the cigars are good. Some of the cigars are Most of the cigars are okay.
For sure. Facts.
No shade. Stop the shade. Stop the shade.
But it's an attractive presentation.
Yeah.
And I think that it takes a little while as a cigar consumer to really kind of find your way as to what actually works for you. And I think that I don't even know where the fuck I'm going with this. I'm just talking.
No, wait, hold on. Let me steer you. Let me steer you, because we gotta answer these questions. We gotta answer these questions.
Noel.
Go for it.
So Noel, I see Noel Rock's Home Bar is incomplete on my screen. Thanks for joining, brother. Whiskey Wednesday, Cigar Rockstar. Special co-host Jameson over here. I see I had your hand here, brother. Where you from, Noel? Hey, where you from, man?
Yeah, I'm from Hawaii over here.
Hey, all right now.
On a couple of Zooms with Steve.
That's a lot of boxes in the back. That's a lot of boxes.
Noel's he's a fucking crazy ass consumer.
That's a lot of boxes back there, Noel.
He's giving me so. Look, you smoke what, Noel? You smoke My Father is one of your primary brands,
and Dunbarton. You actually are winning this year.
Really?
Yeah, you surpassed the My Father count.
Wow. I mean, but Noel's a perfect example. He's kind of figured out what he likes and what he doesn't like. You know what I mean? He's kind of zeroed in. He's pretty familiar with what his palate is.
How long you been smoking, Noel? How long you been smoking?
Pretty much seriously from about 2013.
Okay.
About 8 years. But I started smoking about 06, but I didn't get real serious until about 2013 or so.
Understood. What's your favorite Saka stick?
Oh, now leave me the hell alone. Actually, no, I have to say the Tricky Traka, the 648, which is what I'm smoking right now. It's kind of hard to see. Sorry, but
I see it.
That Tricky Traka that's right now my favorite. It's pretty much like I wouldn't say daily, but I smoke it. I grab a few of those from time to time.
For sure. Hey, Noel, I saw you had a hand up. You got a question?
Oh, well, I just wanted to get a little more levity into this whole thing. So, Steve, did you end up replacing your Raptor?
No, I can't buy a new truck, dude.
Oh, man.
My truck. Look, there's no good trucks to buy. If I want like a base model Ford or Dodge, I can get that. But anything with a nice interior or a good engine or good transmission, none of that shit's available, man. I've had a truck on pre-order now for like 18 months, and the dealer just sent me an email like a week or two ago that said, hey, it's going to be like another 9 months. I mean,
I'm just saying, anything you want that's new, it's going to be about a good 6 to 9 months before you get it.
It's really crazy. In fact, I actually, for the very first time, look, my truck has about 200,000 miles on it. It's starting to get to the point where it's leaving me like high and dry. It like stranded me in Pennsylvania. Coming back from Syracuse, I got the engine check light on when I really hit the accelerator. And I can't even get it into the dealer to look at it until the 20th. So I actually put a deposit on one of those giant new Jeep Grand Wagoneers.
Yeah.
They're making those.
Yeah.
The only reason they're making them is because they had the ad buy already paid for. And so they just decided they're going to put all of their their condenser chips, I think they call them, into that particular vehicle. But it's the first time that I'm buying a vehicle that I'm not excited about. And I'm buying it just because I need something big that fits my fat ass, and I need something reliable. And it's kind of depressing that I'm going to spend so damn much on a vehicle that I don't even really want.
Yeah.
They all marked up.
Hey, see if you got options though. See, the King Ranch is, that's pretty.
Yeah, you can't buy a King Ranch. You can't buy a Platinum. They don't exist.
So this is what I'll say, Steve. This is what I'll say, right? Because there's a couple people that's on right now. Shout out to Sean Fogel. He has a whole team of people down in Florida. I know that you're up in the New England area, right? Am I right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So if you're willing to do the shit or if you're willing to do the drive, it doesn't matter. Listen, I will fly down there and smoke with you back up. But they have it down there. So most definitely,
I've been looking all
we'll
over.
send you the info. It makes that he makes a lot of things happen within.
I've been looking
a lot
for
of things available in the
I've been looking for a well-configured F-150 and F-250 for a year.
Yeah.
And look, I understand that I'm going to have to pay MSRP plus a little bit more.
10 grand.
But it is just the way it is. But I just haven't found anything that works for me. And the other thing too is part of it is I have a Ford Raptor that I love, but I bought that Ford Raptor in 2012. And that vehicle, when I bought it, it wasn't these stupid ass prices that we have now. It was like $4K more than a fully loaded FX4. I think I drove it off the lot for sticker, which was $52,500. And those vehicles today configured, they're like 85, 90, 92.
Ooh.
I don't want that V6 twin turbo nonsense because it just look, the engine that I have is a great engine. So I've been holding out for the Raptor R now for like 2 years because they keep saying they're going to release another V8 version, but they keep delaying it.
They can't do it because of the chip.
Exactly.
They have it like again, the body is done, the mold, everything is done.
Yeah,
But
so
chip.
I'm buying one of these Jeep Grand Wagoneers. It's got like 8 million display screens in it and a million features that I don't think I'll ever figure out how to use. Look, there's like three buttons in my Raptor that I still don't even know what the fuck they do. And my attitude is, if I have needed them in a decade, why do I need to figure out what that button does? I'm a little bit. It's the first time. Look, sometimes it's not about what you can afford. It's about what you feel good about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
And I always think about these new look, right now, these full-size vehicles, they're like $80,000 plus, right? That's where we're at.
Steve, here you go. Here you go preaching. What is this, Bible study? What's happening?
I don't know. It feels wrong to me because my father-in-law came out of the Korean War and he bought a house for $13,000 and he raised 3 kids in that house. He lived in that house until he died. And now I'm going to buy a vehicle that's 6 figures. And basically it's going to be worth like $30K less the moment I drive it off the lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a bitter pill to swallow that it's just so damn much money for something that in the end is just going to be worn out and disposable. You know, I don't know. I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around it. I really am, but
I mean, you do what you gotta do. I mean, you need a vehicle. You might have to swallow that pill. But I see James Sargent with the hand up again. What's going on, Sarge?
Hey, guys, I just wanted to go back to your point about the sharing and telling of the stories, man. And I had an opportunity back in March of 2016 to go on the Drew Estate Cigar Safari down in Nicaragua.
Oh man.
And it completely changed my whole life, literally. Like, it changed my whole perspective.
What's it out for you to say that? Why do you say that?
Because you actually get to see the process.
Yeah.
You see the process from the seed to the leaf to the process of rolling the tobacco.
You got to touch the soil?
Man, you got to touch the soil, man.
Wow.
You fly into Managua, and then they drive you up to Esteli, up in the mountains there. And, which is where, Steve Saka spent plenty of time down there in Nicaragua. And it is a great experience and it changes your life. And at the cigar shop here in Baltimore, at Burnt Leaf Cigars, you know, a lot of the guys had no idea about cigars. They had no clue as to about the tobacco and the different types of tobacco.
But that's
and
what
why.
Steve is talking about.
Right, exactly.
That's your job. That's your job.
That is my job to make sure I sell and, you know, sell cigars, but more importantly, tell the story so that they understand that we have people who are truly committed and dedicated to the leaf. And it's a serious process. I mean, you got guys sitting in a room, you know, with glass windows and they're rolling cigars back and forth, making sure the consistency and the construction is there. And that's what draws me to Steve's cigars, because I don't mind buying it blindly, because he mentioned that earlier, because I know it's going to be consistent. I know it's going to be well made. I know it's going to smoke good, because Steve pays attention to details. He's always down there in Nicaragua. He's always down there. If you follow him on Facebook or whatever, he's making those trips down there to make sure the product is what it is.
You know what it is, Jamie? The thing that really pisses my wife off more than anything else is when I say attention to detail. She hates that fucking phrase coming out of my mouth. It drives her fucking crazy. Literally. That's what.
Hey, Steve, where's that come from, Steve? Is that the military?
That's Navy. That was a very common phrase in the Navy. Attention to detail. Attention to detail.
Yeah.
But, you know, those details matter. Even when the consumer doesn't realize it, they do. You know what I mean? They realize it subconsciously. You know, the best cigar in the world, I always know when a cigar is really great. I know a cigar is great when I'm smoking it, and all of a sudden I pause and I just like look at it. I'm like, why the fuck is this one so fucking good? This one's
I know what you mean.
You know what I mean? When I find myself just kind of pausing and gazing at it, like, why this one? And you know, it's these intangible things that I don't think that most consumers realize consciously, but they always realize subconsciously. And that's why I don't think that again, you're dealing with a certain consumer with a certain wallet. I can't provide that to the $7 guy. I can't.
You know, I did that with my woman, Steve.
No, wait, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. But wait.
I can't give him that experience for $7.
But Steve, if you may, can you please hold that cigar up to the camera?
Yeah.
Is that a newly lit cigar?
Yeah. This is
damn, we're gonna be here all night, guys. I'm just letting y'all know. I gotta get up out of here. Y'all are tripping.
We can go anytime. I don't mind. I can
There's no cutoff time, but
here's the beautiful part about it.
You just lit up another one.
I pay for cigars, but I pay about half as much as you guys pay. So it doesn't bother me as much as to leave it in the ashtray if I have to.
So see, let me ask you this. So you mentioned you know, nobody. So do you cater to the brick and mortar department, or do you rather do online sales?
I do both. Look, here's my thing about that. I know that a lot of small guys are like brick and mortar, and I do everything to take care of my brick and mortar customers. But at the same time, I'm also not foolish. 70% of the cigars that are purchased in America are purchased through the big box guys. That is 70% of the market.
Wow, I didn't know that. Yeah.
And but at the same time, I don't give my big guys a competitive advantage other than what they have on their own. Most people sell to the big box guys at a deep discount. Because look, these are guys that can stroke you a check for $300,000. A brick and mortar store can't stroke you that kind of check.
Not at all.
As a result, what ends up happening is a lot of manufacturers will give them really deep discounts to get that kind of money. I know that cigar smokers are not made by the big box accounts. Everybody has to have that cigar store experience. That's where we all ultimately begin. So I try not to cut the legs out from under them. So the way we have dealt with our big box customers is we have not done anything to give them preferential treatment. And we have also let our brands grow organically within their stores. And what I mean by that is, so like when I first launched Sober Mesa, Cigars International gave me a purchase order for $200,000 with Sober Mesa. The first year of Sober Mesa, the entire sales were $300,000. Okay, so CI's $200,000 check is like, oh my God. But we didn't send them their $200,000. What we sent them was we sent them basically 10 boxes of each of the individual SKUs. So we took a $200,000 purchase order and we basically only capitalized on $8,000 of $200,000. Because what I want is I want our big box guys, look, if they're getting organic sales that are increasing on their own, that's fine. That's because the consumer wants to purchase from that avenue. Or it's because, look, there's a lot of consumers that don't live in a place like Jamie is in Baltimore, where they have good brick and mortar shops to shop from. There's a lot of people that live in cigar deserts where they don't have a decent shop within 8 or 10 hours of them. Mm-hmm. So, and look, and the other thing too is there's a lot of shops that you have close to you physically, but they're not good shops either. They don't buy their cigars directly from manufacturers. They're not actually engaged in what's going on in the industry. They're buying all their cigars through distributors is what they're doing. And that's true of cigar shops in Ohio. That's true of cigar shops in Illinois. That's particularly true of cigar shops in California. I mean, probably 90+% of the sales in California are through distributors. And that's just a commodity price point game. And that isn't really where we as a company want to focus. At the same time, if a customer wants to buy his cigars from Famous Smoke Shop and he never wants to leave his basement and he never wants to go in a store, I don't want to not serve him either. But I don't want to compound it by giving them some sort of preferential treatment.
So what I will say, Steve, because you didn't answer the question.
Oh, I missed the question then. Give it to me.
Where is your primary focus?
My primary focus is to milk you guys for as much fucking money as I can get. Wherever you ultimately want to buy cigars and are willing to pay fair market value for them is where I'm going to sell them to. Like, one of the things that I think a lot of people don't understand is we don't really do a lot of active solicitation for accounts. Almost every account that we have opened has been because the account has come to us and asked to carry the brand.
Oh,
rather
wow.
than us going in the store and trying to convince them to carry the brand. Because what am I going to say? My cigars are great. My cigars are the best. My cigars sell better than the other cigars. This is the shit that Jamie hears every fucking day from every single salesman that comes into the store. Oh, I don't understand why you aren't selling more of them, because this store over here is killing it with it. And you suck and you're behind. And what are you doing wrong? I've always kind of taken the Field of Dreams approach with this: build it and they will come. And that goes back to that conservative part that I said, if I had any regret, it's the conservatism. This is kind of the approach that we've taken. And this is the approach that we've taken with the big box accounts too. And what's happened is over time, their sales have organically grown. But because we haven't been giving them super deep discounts, because we haven't been doing programs with them, they don't actually promote our cigars. They don't send out emails for them. They don't put them on their front page. Very seldom do I get a banner or anything like that. It's really just the guy that just wants to order online, that he's okay paying the same price as he would pay in a brick and mortar.
So Steve, answer me. So I'm in Dallas, Texas. Well, I'm Cedar Hill, Texas, the DFW Metroplex.
He's in Dallas.
Yeah. It is very hard to find a maestro or a Saka stick around. Do you have a box minimum? Do you pick?
We have a box minimum, but it isn't very large. We're a relatively small buy-in. It's.
I mean, you say relatively coming from Jewel Estate.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's industry wide, but I mean,
I'm talking about on a mom and
tell you
pop
flat out what we expect. What we expect from an account that's going to open is we expect them, if they want to pick up a brand, to carry 4 facings, 2 boxes deep, is what we expect.
My man, period.
What we don't like is we don't like an account that
I think if you don't do that, you shouldn't do anything.
And 2 of those and 1 of those, because we know ultimately that's all going to be a failure in their cigar store. If they're not willing to give it at least 4 slots on their shelf, it's going to get lost on their shelf. So they have to be willing to give it 4 slots. Now, if you want to have Sin Compromiso or Muestra, you have to carry 12 core facings. Okay, that's what it takes to become a Sin account. It's really a very low actual buy-in compared to what most companies expect. The reason why we keep that buy-in low is I'm confident that if they give it that space, that ultimately it will sell and that it will then generate more sales. Because one of the things that we don't focus on in any way is overloading the retail accounts, because it's really a lie. Yeah, you get a much bigger sale initially, but if the product doesn't turn, which is buy and then be rebought and so on, ultimately it isn't good for you. And it isn't good for the retailer either. So look, we have certain accounts that crush it with Umbagog. We have other accounts that crush it with Sober Mesa. We have other accounts that crush it with everything, but we let that store kind of figure out what works best for them. Because if something works, they're more likely to then bring in something else of their own accord rather than us try to force them to take it.
Yeah.
Now, Steve, if I may, right?
You got to carry core facings in order to carry Sin Compromiso or Muestra de Saka, or for like Brulee Blue. I mean, there's certain SKUs that we do put a basic prerequisite on, because look, Brulee Blue is like an automatic seller in your shop. And I don't want to give you Brulee Blue if I can sell all the, look, I'm right now back ordered on Brulee Blue 8,000 boxes, right? So if I'm only getting 500 to 700 boxes a month, why do I want to give it to a shop that doesn't support the brand on their shelves and give them the easy money when I have other companies like Jamie who does support Umbagog and does support Mi Querida and does support the other things? I want to make sure that I have more Brulee Blue for a cigar shop in Baltimore that supports us than some guy that just wants to take the easy money on Brulee Blue.
Now, again, all right, so to that point, right, Steve, I have to step in with a shameless plug, right? So with all of those things being said, right?
Yeah.
What are the inside incentive? Again, we only have like you said, the 1% or what have you. I think we have a few people on here maybe that may relay what we're discussing to the public or whatever. But again, at the end of the day, it's not enough to, break the internet. Now, what can and what is Saka, Steve, willing to do in order to move these facings within these, I guess, storefronts? Yes, right?
Ultimately, not
so
a hell.
Wait, I'm not finished.
Ultimately, not a hell of a lot.
Steve, I'm not finished. Because you started off about an hour ago, right? You started off about an hour ago speaking on, different brands and different, hey, these people buy this because they support this. These people buy this because they support this. Listen, these people are hanging on right now, this live, because you're still on here. I guarantee you, if you log off in the next 2 minutes, within the next 5 minutes, at least half of our audience will be gone. Right?
What, Mr. Sexy Nose Ring ain't gonna carry the load? Come on.
No, because look, his shirt doesn't have buttons. That's what it is. If his shirt had buttons, he would start unbuttoning buttons so we can keep people going, right? But again, no, seriously, right? A lot of these people that are what I believe, like for instance, Sekou out in Denver, we have Sean Fogel out in Tampa. We have so many people. We have my man, is it Chris out in Hawaii, right? These people are your ambassadors. Thor, these people are your ambassadors, right? If you say, hey, listen, if you move or if you can get this many orders, Steve Saka is showing up.
Yeah, but that's not the way it actually works. You want to know what?
No, I understand.
You know what it takes for me to get to show up? It's not really a dollar amount.
No. Otherwise, I get it.
Motherfucker.
What I'm saying, because I'm not trying to book you to do a concert.
No, I understand that, but what it really is it depends on the individual store and the type of effort they do. Like, I decided about 3 years ago, I was going to stop doing the traditional cigar events.
But these people,
where it's the buy and sell event. Honestly, I'm not good at it. I don't enjoy it. I don't find it pleasurable. It's just not my shtick. When I'm at an event, someone buys a box of cigars, I actually think about, man, I hope they're happy with it. I hope they're satisfied. I hope they're not disappointed. I actually get a little nervous about it. So whereas a good cigar salesman, what he does is he actually gets to upsell the customer. And he actually gets a little bit of a chubby when he takes the guy that used to buy brand X and now he's willing to buy a box of yours, or he was going to buy 3 cigars and they talk him into buying 10 cigars. He literally gets a little bit of a hard on from that. And I get the risk factor of it.
So Steve, I got you. Listen, this is what I'm about to do. Putting this cigar down. By the way, just in case you guys have no idea what I'm smoking, this is what I'm smoking. Right?
The exclusive
cigar down so I can have this conversation with you, right? Because in 2022, my brother and I and a few other cats that's on this live right now, we have so much leverage just within the East Coast and maybe Midwestern region, right? And what we focus on, I think our values are completely aligned, because what we focus on is quality over quantity, right? And one of the key aspects to our quality is having the actual maker, the actual person that can answer all these questions.
Here's the dilemma. I want you to think about this, Jamison.
Go for it.
If a guy can spend 250 days of his year doing events and touring around the country,
this is what I do.
Is he really buying tobacco and being focused on production of the cigars? I mean, that therein lies the dilemma. The better the company does, regretfully, that means the less time I have to actually visit shops. I mean, I've been to Jamie's shop twice, I think, in the last 6 years, maybe. Right?
Well, we didn't. I think the number is excessive.
Back there in what, 3-4 years since you guys gave me the Hennessy.
The number
that Hennessy White, that's bullshit.
The number is excessive.
Sweet, man. But anyway,
the number is excessive. The 250 on the road, that's excessive.
But that is what somebody like.
Go ahead.
That is something that Jonathan Drew used to do. That is something that a Rocky Patel used to do. That is something that probably Omar and Fratello does. I mean, that's what they do. And the problem that I have is because I'm so invested in the cigar side, tobacco side, the better we do, the less accessibility I have to do events. And that's a real challenge. And the other problem that I have is, so like if I go to some place, like if I go to Chicago and I visit 1 or 2 stores, I instantly get 8 other stores that are pissed off at me that why didn't you come to my shop too?
Okay. So again, that's
a real problem, because to do something at 10 different shops in Chicago, well, that means that's 2 weeks in Chicago. And if I'm spending 2 weeks in Chicago, what am I doing with New York, and what am I doing with New Jersey?
Again,
Florida.
like I said, Steve, right? I think the 200, 250, that's excessive, right? But again, we're only following just your blueprint, what you just said, those supporting markets or those supporting stores and those things of that nature.
But here's the
right now online, you have those ambassadors.
I'm going to tell you right now
that we're not employing to be your ambassadors.
I have less impact than somebody like Jamie has.
I don't believe you.
Because Jamie knows his customers. He sees them every week, if not sometimes multiple times a week. So what Jamie says actually has more weight with his consumers than I have weight with his consumers.
I get it.
Look, I'm biased. What am I going to say? I'm going to say my shit's great. Why the fuck aren't you buying it? You're an idiot not to be buying this. Whereas Jamie doesn't actually care.
Yeah.
Jamie doesn't care what his customers buy, because Jamie makes the same money on every cigar in his store. He's roughly making Keystone on everything. What he cares about is that a customer's coming through his front door and that they're buying cigars from him. So Jamie actually doesn't have a vested interest in selling them cigar A over cigar B over cigar C.
But that's not the people we're talking about. That's not the people I'm talking about. As far as your appearance or your influence, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about these people that are online right now with us. Reason being, right? Rockstar has his own platform, right?
Right.
And I'm very thankful that he has it, and he's been doing very great with it, right? But adding you to the platform now adds viewers that literally follow you and want to see what's the next thing you're about to say.
But when Rockstar sent me the request to be on his podcast, I had no fucking clue who he was.
No worries. Steve, listen. That's great.
And I agreed to do it, not ever having seen what he had ever said before. All I knew, I was coming into this chat group tonight to be ambushed, right? I had no fucking clue.
Oh, no, come on.
Oh,
Steve,
but look, I mean,
anywhere but here.
But I'm oblivious. I'm oblivious to what the 200 to 300 different YouTubers, Instagrammers, bloggers, like one of the problems that I have right now is so many different people are covering my cigars. I can't even post them all on my social media feed, because it's like just today alone, I got like 4 different reviews from 4 different people. And guess what? I was lucky. All 4 of them were really good. I mean, it's just like, it's almost overwhelming. The amount of people that are there that are doing things, it's impossible to entertain them all. And what you don't understand from my end is I have consumers.
I'm not adding sugar to your Kool-Aid.
I have consumers that every Dunbarton cigar they smoke.
What do you expect?
I have consumers that every Dunbarton cigar they smoke, they message me about. So literally, like in an average day on social media, I'm getting right now close to 700 different notifications.
But Steve, that's bullshit. That's
craziness.
You make an amazing cigar, so you know you're gonna get.
Talking like a big dick.
You've earned the positive responses that you get. You can't say that you never know, because you take 4 years to create one stick. You prolong a stick instead of calling it Krakatoa and waiting that extra year. You could have called that shit Pompeii and threw it out there and be like, it's not the biggest eruption, but it's a big fucking volcano.
Okay,
so the
stay
way
cool.
you do
Stay
things
cool.
is
Stay cool.
amazing, and you earn what you get.
You are completely on point with what we were saying, but we do have other people that have their hands up that we need, like literally. I don't know how long Steve has tonight, so we need to make sure that these people get answered.
Yeah, for sure. So I appreciate it, say cool, but let's go on. So I see you, Sarge. I see you, Goat. But let's get to Traveling Cigars. What's going on, Traveling Cigars?
All good, my brothers. Good to see everybody again.
For sure.
Again.
Fucking hair, dude. Show that again. Let me see that.
I try to make up for those of my family that don't have hair.
Dude, it's all out of jealousy. Don't think I'm hating. I wish I had it.
Recently, I've only seen you ball, Steve. What you mean recently?
So, as a partner, I'm a partner down in now Empire Social down in Miami. So this comes as a question from a retail perspective.
Yeah.
As a manufacturer, do you find, because you're talking about the stores and say James having, no vested interest, and I get where you're coming from. Right. But when you go into a new market or a store brings you in, do you find that the popularity and the movement of your sticks is based more on the retailer's knowledge and willingness to put it in front of people, or the actual consumer saying we want it?
I think that for us, I think a lot of our retailers have been forced to carry our product. They don't actually look. Retailers, look, there's a million cigars to buy. Every retailer shelf is full. Every linear inch in the shop. There's no store that you go into that has space. We all know that. So I think a lot of the accounts that we are currently opening are because they just get tired of consumers coming in and asking them, why don't you carry this? Why don't you carry this? Why don't you carry this? And eventually they capitulate and like, fuck, I got to buy that shit. I don't want to buy that shit, but okay, let me put it on the shelf. Ultimately, though, the success in an individual shop is really determined by the shop. I can only have so much influence. I think that the retailer, the clerk that actually works the humidor, the person that actually works one-on-one with the individual consumers really have a tremendous amount of sway over what that customer ultimately chooses to smoke or not smoke. And that's one of the reasons why, look, you're in a different situation. You're in Florida, you said. So Florida is one of the few places where we have a rep. We don't have reps in most of the country. I apologize to you that Pete Hernandez is your rep. I personally, Pete Hernandez drives me fucking crazy. He's like a Ouija board of emotions. It'll really break his heart that I'm saying this out loud, but it's nothing I've said out loud before. But for whatever reason, Pete Hernandez does really well in that Florida market. I don't understand it. I'm going to put it back to Florida man syndrome. I don't get it. Doesn't make any sense to me. But he does seem to do well. But I know in the end, the success or failure of our cigars at an individual store is often determined by the store. The store ends up deciding what they're going to champion and what they're not going to champion. A guy comes in and says, hey, I like full body dark cigars. What are the 4 brands that your clerks typically show that consumer to smoke? Is Mi Querida part of that recommendation? That makes a huge difference. Makes a huge difference what the owner smokes. It makes a huge difference what the guy working at the counter smokes. It makes a huge difference with the lounge lizard, the guy who's a fixture in your shop that other consumers listen to,
the lounge lizard,
are going to determine what's ultimately going to happen in the shop. Because you could have a new cigar come in that you absolutely love, but if your head lounge lizard or 2 lounge lizards hate it, they're going to say loud and clear that cigar sucks, it's overhyped, it's too much money, and that's going to kill the brand in your store. So much of what happens in the store environment is entirely determined by the store itself. There's only so much I ultimately can do. And that's one of the reasons why, as a general rule of thumb, we tend to not actively solicit accounts across most of the country. We kind of wait until they get to the point where they're like, we want to bring it in, we want to carry it, we have customers asking for it, or we individually, we have faith in it, and we think it's something that we can introduce to our customers that we think that they're going to like. Because I understand the limitation that my pull has, and it's never as good as the face-to-face that the individual store, shop owner, clerks that work the store, customers in the store have.
All right, so to lighten the load up, because it got real heavy just now, right? Leo just asked if Steve, can you shape your beard to the shape of Rob's mohawk?
No, I have to tell you,
right, that's all we got.
Beard,
That's all we got.
The Fu Manchu. The Fu
this
Manchu.
beard that I have, this is the extent of it. Whenever it gets a little longer, it gets all like wild and crazy and like Fu Manchu ugly, kind of scraggly. There's only, and honestly, this spot that you see on my face,
that's it. That's all you got.
It's here and my ass are the only two places.
I
have the ability to grow fucking hair. I mean,
all right, we got more questions. We got more questions.
Let's roll on the J. Hey, Sarge, I'll see you again, bro. What's going on, Sarge? You muted, Sarge. You muted. My bad. Mute yourself, Sarge.
Got it, man. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, man, you guys are doing a great job, man. You guys really are, man. First time on here, man. You guys are fantastic, man. Jameson, you coming hard with the questions, man. So that's good stuff, man. But just to kind of, piggyback, and again, I'm not necessarily an ambassador, but I do work at a great lounge. Rob is the owner, man. And bottom line is, man, that Steve's stuff sells itself, man. It really does. And he's absolutely right when it comes to the fact that the people in the stores will sell the cigars. I mean, it was just 4 years ago, man, when we introduced Umbagog to the Baltimore community. And
Chitlin, baby.
That thing, man, thing, it's like crack.
What you know about that, Steve?
It's like
that's what they call it. Am I wrong? Sarge, do they not call it the Chitlin cigar in your store? Am I wrong about that?
Listen, man, let me tell you, that thing sells like crack, man. I don't know what it is, man, but I'm telling you, man, that thing sells. And the great thing about it is that it's the story behind it, And I tell people about the story and how the tobacco didn't make the cut for the Mi Querida, which is why the Umbagog was created in the lake in New Hampshire. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a Umbagog lake in New Hampshire, and people love the story. And then once they start smoking it, man, it's like, oh shit, I can't smoke anything else. And I have to have Steve Saka's product. And Steve doesn't have to come back to the store. He doesn't even have to. I mean, I think Dave's coming by tomorrow. I think
I think Dave is coming to your area.
Yeah. He's coming to hang out tomorrow, man. And he's just gonna come hang out, man. And we're just gonna smoke, man, and talk shit. And
exactly.
And that's what we do, man. But Steve continues to make an excellent product, and he has to focus on it continuing to be consistent and paying attention to detail, man, because if it falls off, then he's not doing his job. Sure. He's not doing his job, man, selling and he has a love for the leaf like none other, man. So I'm not here to just toot his horn, man, but it's a great cigar, man. And this one right here. What
you smoking, bro? What you smoking?
Man, I am smoking the JR 50th anniversary, man, with the black label. The black label. You got the black. You got the blue. You got the red.
Big boy status tonight.
Man, I'm telling you, this thing is incredible, man. I got my soccer squad statue.
What is it?
We got the statue.
You go black and you'll never go back, right? Isn't that sad?
You know what it is.
Stop. Hey, facts on that. Anyway, we go
on, guys.
We got one more question. We got another question.
We got a couple more. We're gonna keep moving. I see you, brother. You ain't got a name next to you. I see a do not.
Michael.
It's anti-goat. Anti-goat.
Yes.
Anti-goat. Anti-goat. What's going on, anti-goat?
Saka, you know me. It's Vincent Michael Bonetti, brother.
I know who you
So
are.
the question is very simple. With them JR50s, the black Michieta, like, what are we talking about? We're talking about next year after? That shit is fire.
It's gonna depend.
Fire.
It's gonna look. They're. So where are we at? We're at December, right? So the first full crop just went in the field at the beginning of this month. So it's going to depend on how quickly that tobacco ferments. So I think, look, I want to use it young. So I want to use it within the first year. The question is, I want to use it within the first year from final fermentation. So it'll either be the late end of 2022, but it'll probably be 2023 at the rate I'm going is when I think.
Wow.
That's dope. That's
I got two
so
boxes.
anti-go. Hold on.
And I don't know if I got
anti-go. Really quick. Do you ever put that shit in a ponytail?
All the time, brother.
All right, boom. We got to move on to the next question. Let's go. We got to move on to the next one. Let's go. Who's next?
Hey, Jim, I see you, bro. Thanks for joining Cigar Rockstar Whiskey Wednesday, Cigar Rockstar TV every Wednesday. Thank you, Jim. Jim, I see you with your hand up, bro. Go ahead. Unmute yourself and ask your question, sir.
Hey, Steve, what's up? This is Luke and Bill from the Phoenix Lounge.
I know that place well. You're back on mute again. You instantly remuted yourself.
How do you do that?
Are we back? Can you hear me?
You're back. We can hear you.
Oh, sorry, dude. So anyway, to the point, yeah, I'm one of the, Steve will tell you, I mean, I think Vincent knows, a lot of these guys knows, I'm one of the unabashedly unashamed Steve Saka, Dumbarton Tobacco and Trust fanboys. But so he's definitely got a draw because guys like me will come to listen to, his truth bombs, and plus it's fun to watch Steve get drunk. I'm gonna show you all my this is my mega squatch. Talk about the statues. But anyway, obviously, Steve, hoping that you'll come back to Dallas soon. And I was just going to point out that, yeah, I think he's right on the when it comes to the stores, the managers, the workers, and all those people at the brick and mortar locations are the one that are going to like turn people onto the brands. Guys like me are going to buy his shit no matter what. I've got probably 7 or 8 of his mugs and all that stuff. I mean, I'm a DTT buyer. He's one of my top 3 brands for sure. He's one that I got tattoos of his shit,
Oh shit!
Goodness.
Oh shit! You got a tattoo?
Tattoo. I got the Sin Compromiso and the DTT logo, man.
All right, I'm done. I'm gonna send you a big stock of scotch.
That's it, Steve.
You earned it. I'm done. I'm over. You're gonna get a big.
Hey, Steve, you gotta pick. Right? You gotta come to Dallas, Steve.
Steve, you gotta come to Dallas.
For the record, I will be coming to Dallas probably in the month of March because
perfect timing. I'm not going to tell you exactly what it is. I'm going to send you an email, but perfect timing.
Or
now.
Yeah, send me an email because look, I've been a very neglectful son. I haven't been visiting my father as much as I should. My dad, look, I grew up in Texas, and my dad lives on Toledo Bend Reservoir, right there, right at the border. And I need to see my dad more. I mean, he's getting up in years, and who knows how many years we're gonna have together. So I made a promise to myself, not to him, because I don't want to break it. But I'm planning on coming out in March to the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I mean, I'm going to spend a few days with my dad, but then, yeah, look, it's 4 hours west of where he lives, maybe 5. And I'm going to probably come to the Dallas-Fort Worth area then. So
don't even worry about it. Listen, Rockstar got a pool in the back with palm trees, unicorn floaties. Don't even worry about it. It's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a good time.
I need to visit Texas honestly is one of our worst territories.
What, really?
Yeah, it really is.
Why is that though? Why is that? Is that?
I'll tell you why.
Let
Look,
me be frank. Is that your doing, or is it because?
No, it's partially my fault. We do well in Texas, but we don't do as well as we should. Look, Texas is a really big market between Houston, San Antonio, and Dallas. They consume an awful lot of cigars. It's a very active cigar culture. I don't have, until just recently, I didn't have a sales rep in the area. We just put one on recently in the last couple months. I have a person that works in Houston, Attica. She has the coolest fucking name.
Oh, I know Attica. Yeah.
Attica.
Yeah.
Attica Jones. Does that not sound like a black exploitation film from the 70s?
Attica.
Yeah, it's just such a cool fucking name.
Attica's cool people though. She's cool people.
But I mean, I need to spend some time in Texas, not because of cigar sales, but I need to spend it because of my dad. And as a result of that, I'm gonna try. I actually told myself it's part of my 2022 promise is to try to visit Texas 3 times because I want to see my dad 3 times. And as a result, I'll piggyback a little bit of business on it. But
right. And then you get to hang out with Cigar Rockstar and Jameson.
Come on,
that's
Steve.
it. That's what happened, baby. That's what happened, baby. That's what happens. But no. We will figure out Texas. We'll figure out what Dallas Fort Worth.
Texas is an area that's really incredibly competitive. It's an area that most companies really focus very hard on. Look, you live in a state that has a 1 cent cigar tax, which is essentially a 0 tax.
Yep.
And there's certain areas of the country that we haven't. Look, there's a lot of areas that we haven't focused on, but probably the worst is Texas. And the other area that's really bad is Illinois, Chicago area. That's a really big cigar consuming market. Yeah. And look, we have some really great accounts in Texas. We have some really great accounts in Illinois, but we don't really do the amount of business that we should do in either of the two.
I would, Steve, I would say, as a consumer, I would say I agree because I found a Sin Compromiso at one lounge in the DFW area, and it's my brother Tommy Black, Kinoma Cigar Lounge in Cedar Hill. It's hard to find. I had to go all the way to Tampa to get the Saka series.
Steve.
But let me flip that around a little bit.
Steve. That's 2020. That's 2021 problems. We're focused on 2022.
But let me flip that statement around on you. I'm completely sold out at Sin Compromiso. So the accounts that we currently have that support the brand and are doing well with the brand, they're consuming more than I can currently produce. So I've always had this attitude of I like to dance with the people that want to dance with me, dance with the girl that brought me. And that's kind of been my approach to it and not really worry about the others. And that's always been kind of my focus from day one. And I'm lucky that a lot of, one of the things that small manufacturers struggle with is they're always eager to get into the big accounts, right? Because they feel like the big accounts are going to be like huge paydays. The reality is the big accounts actually aren't. The big accounts are where you kind of get lost in the mix. It's more the smaller brick and mortar retailers that actually ultimately make you. But at the same time, I can't produce enough Sin to satisfy the accounts that currently do really well with Sin. So I don't go out of my way to open new Sin Compromiso accounts. Look, but I also am realistic to understand that that's this snapshot in time. This will not always be the case. It's great that I am back ordered and that I'm selling everything I make, But as the company grows, that won't be true. Eventually, there's going to come a point where I'm going to need more retail outlets. I'm going to need more people on board. And I need to start thinking about not what's occurring in 21 or even 22 or maybe even 23. I need to start thinking about 2024 and 2025 and beyond that. And ultimately, for the company to grow, we are going to need to expand our footprint.
Well, most definitely, I understand that concept all day. So let us here on the ground deal with the 2021-22 transition while you focus on the 2023-24 transition, right?
But that's Steve's problem. Steve's problem is that he doesn't, he always says he's not 100% sure. But every, and let me repeat this, every single stick he drops is amazing. And he's always afraid it won't be as baller as it is.
Yeah.
But, oh my God.
You always are out.
I mean, the thing about it, hold on. Let's do this. Let's do this real quick, right? And let's settle this. Done deal. Okay. Every time Michael Jordan stepped out on the court, game one, he wasn't fully secure that he was going to win this entitled title, right?
Yeah. No.
Come on.
Steve,
Steve, you got a track record. Steve.
Yeah, but
Steve,
I think that's a good trait, though, isn't it? Because being unsecure in your success makes you always grind and strive.
Again, and with that, between Cigar Rockstar and myself, we are going to bat to know we're going to win this series. Okay? We got it. All right?
Gentlemen.
Right. So all I need you to do is line up your schedule, line up whatever you need to do with your family or whatever when you're going to be in Texas. We're going to make it happen, baby. It's a done deal. I had no idea that the level of this conversation we was going to have tonight was going to exceed to this level. But I appreciate, by the way, along with Cigar Rockstar, I appreciate everyone that's on this Zoom and everyone, like, again, this is recorded. So some people are going to see this tomorrow or next week or whatever. We appreciate everyone that has chimed in to get your level of knowledge, because you are by far a wealth of knowledge. And what I don't want you to walk away from is thinking you just did another podcast. No, sir. You have enlightened so many individuals that have been converted to be your ambassadors across the nation. Like Chris is in Hawaii, I'm pretty sure right now. I don't even know what time it is in Hawaii, but I'm pretty sure right now he's telling about 20 other people.
Let me say this. Chris is one of those guys that, for good or bad, I don't know why. Chris has been beyond generous with us. I mean, and I'm appreciative of it. I'm thankful for it. Like, Chris is genuinely a friend of mine, separate of what he does. It's really, the thing that you never want to do is you never want to disappoint people. And that is the constant battle that you have.
Whoa, Steve. This is what I will say, and I will say this in front of everyone. If you stop right now, like, what is tomorrow? Thursday, right? You wake up tomorrow and says, I'm not doing cigars anymore. Your value prop will go up by 1,000%.
For sure.
Because nothing that you have released in the market has been subpar or bullshit.
Try not to. Look, my job is not to
your work.
But the job is not to put sucky cigars in the box. That is
again, and everyone has identified that. That's all I'm saying. Everyone has identified.
And for people who haven't, I mean, just 4 years for the San Compromiso. I mean, that's crazy. You're talking about the volcano cigar. You're still unsure about it, but yet you've been working on it for 2 years. You know, so I see what you're doing, brother.
I just want to be a part of the test session. Just tell me where I need to fly into, Steve. Just tell me where I need to fly into so we can smoke this shit together.
Let me be C for a second.
Let me ask you, you gonna wear that fly pea coat that you're wearing? Because that's pretty sweet.
Jameson Rockstar, Steve. I'm signing off from California. I wanted to say it was a wonderful Zoom call. Steve, we did last year, I believe it was the Great Smoke, and we did an unveiling. We were one of the groups that was selected to receive one of the boxes and all that stuff. Ambassadors of the Leaf, and you came on and you introduced a couple of cigars and you spoke. And at that point was when I tried the Mikasada. That was my first time trying it, and I keep them in my humidor now. So. Literally, what I'm going to piggyback on Jameson. We're all here tonight. We sign on because of course because of Rockstar, but I think that we've had the most people sign on tonight because Steve Saka sat in with us tonight. So I want to just show my appreciation for you and your cigars. I've never smoked one of your cigars that I did not enjoy, and I appreciate you. And one of the reasons why I buy your cigars because we don't have anybody on here that's going to be offended. I'm a real motherfucker, and I appreciate real motherfuckers.
Hey,
you straight shoot from the hip. I appreciate your responses, your honest responses to the questions that were asked, and I think that people will fuck people. I have gravitated towards you because you are the type of person that I would like to sit down and smoke with, and that's how I spend my money. And so. You've got a few of my dollars. I'm a retired guy, so I'm on a fixed income, and so my dollars are very precious to me, and I've given you several.
As they should be.
I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good night. I'm a little disappointed in Rockstar didn't show his chest tonight.
Hey, it's cold in Dallas. Hey, we both wearing turtlenecks. It's cold in Dallas, bro. It's cold. It's cold tonight.
I'm sitting outside in my gazebo, bro. Y'all indoors in a house. I'm outside right now with my fire pit going, and it's cold as a motherfucking Cali. So I don't want to hear that shit. Rockstar, I see you next Wednesday. Show me a nipple so I know that I'm at home. Y'all be good.
Rack, appreciate you, brother. Rack, appreciate you, sir.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate it.
Steve, again, you see this. You see this all the way from the West Coast, California. It's about you, man. It's about you. Let's do this.
But in the end, it is ultimately about the cigars. I mean, the cigars have to speak for themselves. I know that's very cliche, but if ultimately cigars aren't good, you can only ride the wave of cigar celebrity so far. Eventually, you end up just they're gonna move on to something else. So
no. I call bullshit.
The product itself.
I call bullshit.
The product has to be good. You can't sway people on personality in the long run. You can't sway people on marketing in the long run. You can't sway even people on price. Look, there's tons of cigars that you as consumers can buy that were $12 cigars right now for $4. But there's a lot of them out there that you can buy, but consumers choose ultimately not to buy them.
But Steve, what can you sway people on?
Again, I think you can sway people on the product itself because
you're missing that Q word. What's the Q word, Steve? Come on, man. I'm baiting you right now. Come on, Steve. What's that Q word?
I will. Okay, so you want me to be
And that's what that's the thing, Steve. This is the thing.
I'll tell you.
I'm exposing this in front of everyone.
What translates
what you
very,
do is quality, Steve.
I'll tell you what I think translates very well to today's consumer. What I think translates really well to today's consumer is the feeling of authenticity, because
yes,
look, we're in an environment where we're constantly marketed to. We're in an environment where it's endless ads, it's endless messages, it's endless whatever. So I actually think today's consumer is more savvy than the consumer of the 60s and 70s. I think that the consumers do they do tend to gravitate to something that they feel is authentic, whether it is or it isn't. They feel as though it is. And that's something that works to my advantage. And the other thing, and look, I'll be honest with you, another thing that really works to my advantage is, and you guys haven't done much of it during this podcast, and I'm not begrudging this, but if we wanted to have a really hardcore conversation about tobacco and how it's planted and how it's harvested and how it's cured and how it's fermented and what are the temperatures and what are the durations and all the various intricacies, I can have that conversation with you. And that's something that most of the people that you end up having, you don't have the ability to have that conversation with. Because they
100%.
They are, look, most of the people that you end up communicating with is you as a consumer, your primary contact is the salesperson. The sales individual is the person that,
and then we go up from there.
Sales and marketing people are the people that you have the most intimate relationship with.
Right.
And that's something that, look, I can be that person also, but I can be that other person too. And that's a huge advantage that I have over most of the other people that are in the marketplace. But there's some others. Look, I can tell you, Nicholas Malillo from Foundation Cigars, he knows.
Nick is amazing.
Yeah. Nick knows his tobacco. Nick knows his manufacturing. You can have as hardcore a conversation with Nicholas, and maybe even to a degree, maybe even on some topics, maybe even a little bit more hardcore than me.
It's so funny that you would say that, because we have Nick on in February.
Yeah,
so,
Nick is a great.
What I will say to that
is a great
guy. Leave that up to you. Leave that up to you. If you want to go that deep into
what I find that consumers are more gravitating towards that message of authenticity.
Yes.
And in the end, too, the other thing, because we as a culture are so advertised too, we've all gotten very good at figuring out who's bullshitting us and who's not bullshitting us, because we just have been bullshitted to for so many decades. And in particular, this is true of that Gen Z and millennial group. They're even better at filtering it out than my generation. My generation, I'm right on the edge. I don't even know. I'm a baby boomer, or I'm a whatever the next one was. I'm right on the cusp. But I find that these generations are much more in tune with actually what's true and not true, and they actually care more about it. That's something that's very different about the baby boomer generation. The baby boomer generation is much more, go back to what you said earlier, the quantity over quality focus, where I find the younger generation is much more focused on the quality conversation.
So Steve,
they would rather spend twice as much for better and not enjoy it as frequently as the other generation.
So
and
Steve,
the other thing too is, I can tell you.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Number two, go for it.
From a company strategy point of view, I actually really focus very hard on the younger consumer group, which is really weird given the fact that I'm kind of like a fat white old dude. But I also understand that the consumer that goes to the counter today who's 65, he buys his box of Padron Anniversarios and he just buys it blind. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about what's new. He doesn't care about what's sexy. That's his brand. And what I'm trying to do is I'm really trying to get the guy who's currently dancing with all the girls and playing the field, because I know that eventually that person is going to one day wake up and he's going to be 52 years old and he's going to be in his best economic situation that he's ever been in. He's going to be earning the most money he's ever owned. And I want him to go to the counter and drop that box of Sin Compromiso and not give a fuck that it costs $300. You know, that's really where I'm kind of like, I'm trying to focus on those guys, because I also understand that no matter what brand is the hottest brand or the best selling brand, look, it used to be Hoya de Nicaragua. It used to be Tiamo. It used to be Macanudo.
Yeah.
So Steve, you know what? I'm glad you're in that vein. I'm glad you're in that vein, because that leads us to our next question.
Padron is that guy right now that the 60-year-old dude goes to the counter, Oliva V, Opus X, Padron Anniversary. But honestly, the 32-year-old guy who's smoking Padron, he smokes it. He says, yeah, that's good. I like it. But he's not adopting the brand. He's not feeling it in his heart. He's not connecting with it. You know what I mean? And so I'm really trying to get that guy who right now isn't necessarily the biggest dollar consumer.
Right.
But I know that eventually 15 years in the future, he's going to be the biggest dollar consumer. He will be that guy. He will get to that point.
You know what's so interesting? Not too many cigar makers will actually give that credit and give that trophy to the next person.
You're right.
Now, with that being said, right, I have a last question. Are you ready?
One more.
Last one? Are you sure?
Two more.
All right. So the question is, to your ability across North America, what are the top 10 locations we can find your product?
Top 10 locations. Look,
if you can't
off the top of
no, I'm going to tell you. Look, the big box guys are always the best because they have no limitation on shelf space. So you're always going to find a better selection at the Famouses and the JRs and the Cigars Internationals. Subsequent to that, the next tier, the small batches, the smoke ins, the Corona cigars, the Neptunes, those customers, they carry a full wide spectrum of everything all the time. You have certain brick and mortar stores that, you know, the Twins and the Cigar Shenanigans and the Secreto Cigar Bar in Michigan. And I mean, they have a full spectrum too. We probably full spectrum. There's probably less than 50 accounts in the United States that really carry the full spectrum of Dunbarton Tobacco and Trust. And you also have to understand, look, as a retailer, you have a limited amount of shelf space. You can't dedicate too much space to any one brand. It doesn't really serve your customer base well. And I understand that. Look, in Dallas, Michaels of Euless is probably one of my best accounts.
Yeah, they're major.
Of my cigars, but I don't know for a fact. Look, I'm very detached from sales. So I actually don't know the accounts as well as people would expect me to know. It's kind of weird. You know what I care about with sales? I care that every month they're bringing in more money than I'm spending. That's kind of the way I look at it. Are they bringing in more cash than what I'm spending in a given month? Because I'm spending money like a madman all the time. So I want to just, as long as the sales are outpacing what I'm spending, I'm a happy camper. So when it comes to actually accounts and distribution and sales, that's something that I'm not really very focused on in a way that you would think that I would be. There's a lot of stores around the country that are really, really good accounts that I'm not even aware how good they are. Like I visited an account recently, Peaceful Henry's in South Carolina, and I had no clue that they were a $30,000 a year account. Look, $30,000 a year is a really significant account. I mean, when you look at Drew Estate, their DDRP number is like 22,000 to qualify for Liga. So when you get an account that's over 30K as a manufacturer, that's a really, really significant.
That's great. Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
You know, but at the same time, look, there's certain accounts in Dallas area that I think we should do better at. I don't understand why we don't do better at Renegade than we currently do. Renegade for me has proven to be a rather difficult account for whatever reason. And that seems to be an account that, you know, at just looking at the general basic information, that should be exactly a Dunbarton Tobacco and Trust account. But for whatever reason, they're not.
So wait, hold on. Where are we? Are we at number 7, number 8? Where we at?
He just listened his top accounts.
We got a top 10. Top 10.
Oh, top 10. Why don't I just tell you the truth? Hold on a second.
Hey, hold on. This is the thing.
I don't know. Let me.
I don't expect. This is the thing. Steve,
I'll tell you who our top 10
from day one, from 2018.
Hold
I
on.
don't expect nothing from you.
I'll tell you.
The real rap raw.
I'm literally logging into our system right now. I will tell you who our top 10 buyers are.
Sure.
I already know who 3 of them off the top. It's going to be Cigars International. It's going to be Santa Clara, which is JR Cigars. It's going to be Famous Smoke Shop. But let me see here.
I mean, Corona might be up there. Corona might be up there.
Corona's probably up there too. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
I am drunk because I just typed in the wrong fucking password.
I got you. So I want to ask one last parting question, and I'm gonna start recording. I asked this to everybody, Steve. So why should anybody buy a DTT cigar or a Steve Saka cigar? Why should somebody buy a Steve Saka cigar or a DTT company cigar?
Because it's fucking amazing. That's the reason they should buy it.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Hey man, listen. I've been trying to get you to say that shit all night. Listen, I'll be devil's advocate. Blame me. I've been trying to get you to say that all night long.
So let me see here. Reports. I'm in QuickBooks right now.
He's pulling up reports.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, you said rap raw? Oh, you said rap raw?
Oh.
Let me go year to date. You'd think I would know this, but I don't.
No, it's not.
No, you got too much. You got too much going on. But I will ask, how long you been bald, Steve? What's up with the bald head?
I've been bald. I started balding when I was 2019. Start in English. I started balding when I was 19 years old, and I just decided to embrace the baldness.
Yes. I'm glad you did. I hate to see you on here with a comb over, Steve. With a comb.
Here's the funny part about that. You know, when I started doing this whole bald and goatee look, at that time, the only people that were rocking this were basically you were a convict or you're a white supremacist or you were both. Those are the only 2 folks that were bikers that were doing this look. It was.
I'm sure you've heard it. So I see Jim with the bald and the Fu Manchu. Like
so top 10 accounts. Meyer and Dutch, which is Cigars International, Santa Clara, which is JR, Famous Smoke Shop, which is the net, which is another big box account. And then
What cities and states? What cities and states?
Smoke In, Neptune Cigars, Two Guys Smoke Shop.
Yeah.
Cigar Works. I don't even know who the fuck Cigar Works. They're like one in our top 10 accounts. Rockies, Low Country, Cigar King in Arizona, Old Virginia Tobacco, Davidas, Cigar Shenanigans, Omerta, Owl Shop, Atlantic, Redbeard, which I think they're the luxury cigar club people. Look, there's some small ones in here. Look, Scallywags is like in our top 20. That's a tiny podunky shop out of Phoenix, Arizona. Look, Michael's Tobacco Town and Country. They make our top 30. Havana House, Club Humidor. That's another Texas account.
That's a Texas account?
Yeah. I mean, Two Guys Smoke Shop is in our top 10. I mean, it's really pretty much when you look at this, it's a lot of the regular cast of characters. There's a few standouts.
The reason being, Steve, like if Cigar Rockstar and Jameson decides to do a tour and wants to invite you to that tour, we don't want to invite you to nowhere that you're not type 10. It doesn't make sense. So let's make it happen.
I mean, look, I have to sort this by the Dallas-Fort Worth people, which ultimately means I have to understand what the fuck I'm doing in this system, which I don't. So I actually have to ask Casey, who's our financial person, to tell me how the hell to do that.
No worries. We go all over the country. So, I mean, we're from the Super Bowl all the way to the freaking Masters. So, we're working.
I'll tell you what I noticed when I look at our accounts. Most of our accounts, look, they were a $3,000 account, then they were a $6,000 account, then they were a $12,000 account, then they were a $20,000 account. And that's the thing that I really like to see. I like to see, regardless of the size, even if you're a tiny account, a small account, I like to see an account that was $1,000 account turn into a $2,000 account, to turn into a $4,000 account, to turn into an $8,000 account. That's really what I like to see, because what that means to me, even though that they're not necessarily, look, they're not going to compare to being a $500,000 account. But what they are doing is they are seeing every single year 100% growth on their number, which means that it's ultimately not only good for them, it's good for me. And as everybody, I mean, it's very cliche, but the best business is when everybody wins, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And Steve,
and that's what you want to see. So for us, like, we have some accounts that are small dollar accounts, but they're big supporters. And to me, they're just as relevant as the big dollar accounts.
Of course, yes.
So Steve, so we do this thing at the end of all of our casts, right? Listen, ladies and gentlemen, if you appreciate the information that you received tonight, if you appreciate the host of the evening, if you appreciate the guest of the evening, which is Steve Saka, please put hand claps in the comments all day. You have no, thank you, Steve,
much appreciated.
I don't know what time zone you on, baby, but you ready to go all night. And listen, some of these people got to go to work tomorrow.
Me too. I promised. I owe Abe Dabama the description for the Great Smoke exclusive, and I smoked like 4 of them today, and I have to write him something.
But again, like I said, were you ready to test out the new in January? I mean, let me and Rockstar know. We'll fly out wherever you are, and we'll smoke it with you. We'll have the review along with you. and it's gonna be a good time. Period. We'll bring the pairing spirit.
For sure. It might not be Abercrombie. We're on the way through a bottle of Wolford. We're working on this Centauri. So it is what it is. Steve, thank you so much. It's late. We've been recording longer than this is our longest show.
This is our longest show.
Definitely the longest show.
Most definitely.
Once again, Whiskey Wednesday with Cigar Rockstar. Super legendary special guest, Steve Saka, alongside my co-host tonight, which is Jameson. Thank everybody for tuning in. Of course, Cigar Rockstar TV, like, subscribe, share, all that mess. You know, it ain't about me. It's about Steve Saka. Steve Saka's on here tonight. Great knowledge, great sharing.
It's about cigars,
man. So once again, Rob, all about the leaf, Rob.
It's all about the leaf.
All about the leaf. All about the leaf. Steve, I thank you, sir. I'm about to end this recording. We're gonna carry on a little bit, but we've been recording far too long, brother. Far too long.
This is crazy. Nobody's watching 5 hours of this shit.
They're gonna watch it. They're gonna. I promise. Because you're on here, they're gonna watch it. You have no idea.
And one thing I say is it's always raw. It's always honest. It's always straight up. I'm my natural self all the time. I very much appreciate you being your natural self. Whatever you want to call it. I appreciate it, Steve. I appreciate it.
Steve Saka, ladies and gentlemen. Steve Saka, ladies and gentlemen.
Woo! I see y'all next week. Another Whiskey Wednesday next week. Subscribe, share, watch our TV. Here we go. See y'all next Wednesday.